small seed of an idea can grow into a mighty transformation. We started small and grew to become one of the world's largest and most successful international airlines. Hand in hand with a city that sees no limits, together we never stop pushing at the edges of possibility. Knowing the key to a better future is investment in the best technology. That hasn't changed. Our vision of the future is just as ambitious as it always was. We're striding into a new era of aviation. As passenger demand continues to rise, we can't be held back. We must invest in cutting-edge technology today to make Dubai the global aviation hub of tomorrow. We must ask ourselves, how can we use the latest technology to meet demand and expectations and create the best passenger experience? How can we create intelligent cargo systems that keep the world moving? And how can we use the huge advances in AI to transform the way we work? We're embracing the digital revolution to position Dubai as the world's best connection hub and leisure travel destination, creating an inspiring vision for the future of aviation. We believe the possibilities are endless.
Salam alaikum. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. Welcome to Aviation Future Week for 2024. It's an absolute privilege to see so many industry leaders and innovators right here in Dubai, as we know, a global aviation hub known for its cutting-edge infrastructure and forward-thinking vision. Under the UAE's leadership vision, Dubai has become an incubator for numerous conferences and aviation events, starting with, of course, the very first Dubai Air Show in 1989. Over the years, Dubai has emerged as a global centre for exhibitions, especially those related to aviation. And today, we proudly announce the first of its kind, Aviation Future Week at the beautiful Museum of the Future. Over the next 3 days, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to witness panels and discussions on a wide range of diverse topics related to airports, logistics, cargo, technology, and of course, AI. My name is Katie Overy, and I will be your MC throughout the next 3 days. And together, we are going to explore, of course, the future of aviation, focusing on optimizing passenger experiences, managing traffic demand, and embracing technology such as that all-important AI and, of course, automation. Day 2 is going to take us into air freight and logistics, while Day 3 will highlight the future workforce and AI's role in aviation. Dubai, with its strategic position and innovation, is of course the perfect location for these discussions. And the stunning Museum of the Future, an absolute symbol of transformation, reminds us of the possibilities ahead. I'm confident that the insights shared over the next 3 days are going to inspire new ideas. They'll inspire collaborations, shaping the future of our industry. Thank you all so much for being here, and we really, really look forward to a fantastic 3 days. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome to the stage for our opening welcome note. Please welcome the UAE Minister of Economy, His Excellency Abdullah bin Tuq Al Mari.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed speakers, I'm thrilled to stand before you today on the Aviation Future Week. In today's event, dedicating the shaping of the trajectory of the aviation sector holds an immense significance for our country and the global community. As we gather here at the Museum of the Future in a dynamic Dubai, we must acknowledge the vital role that UAE plays in international civil aviation. Our strategic investments in aviation facilities and infrastructure, combined with our commitment to excellence in service, has positioned us as leaders in this sector. The aviation sector contributes up to 13.3% of the UAE's GDP. Year after year, the UAE aviation sector soars from one high to another, reflecting our ongoing commitment, enhancing infrastructure and services. Allow me to share the latest figures that highlight our remarkable performance. Looking at the figures from the first 8 months of 2024, we see a remarkable testament to the resilience and growth of our aviation sector. Passenger traffic at our airports surged to 12.6%, with nearly 98 million passengers traveling through the UAE compared to 87 million in the same period last year. This growth underscores the UAE appeal as a travel destination and a critical transit point for passengers from the 4 corners of the world. We also handled nearly 2.9 million tons of air cargo, including 703,000 tons of imports, 338 tons of exports, and 1.8 million tons of transit cargo. National carriers have played a vital role, contributing to 68% of this total, demonstrating our logistical capabilities and the importance of air cargo in facilitating global trade. Air traffic movements have also seen robust growth, with a total of 500,000 movements recorded in the first half of this year, marking an overall increase of 11.8% compared to the same period last year. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Museum of the Future and during the Aviation Future Week, I would like to take this opportunity to look at the future. The potential for our aviation sector is extraordinary. The International Air Transport Association, IATA, estimate that the air transport market in the UAE will grow by 170% over the next 20 years, resulting in an additional 101 million passenger flights by 2037. This growth is expected to contribute approximately $127 billion to our national economy, affirming the aviation sector as a cornerstone of our economic development. As the chairman of the General Civil Aviation Authority, I'm particularly proud to highlight the UAE's effort towards sustainability within aviation. We announced climate neutrality for the UAE's aviation sector. We are dedicated to integrating advanced technology that enhance service efficiency while minimizing our environment impact. Our industry understands that the journey towards sustainable aviation is not merely an aspiration, it is an imperative that we embrace with determination. Our industry is exploring opportunities to augment operational fuel efficiency, sustainable aviation fuel, and low-carbon aviation fuel. Our partner, Emirates, conducted its first demonstration flight using 100% SAF to power one of its engines last year. Moreover, we're entering a new era of operation, characterized by advancements such as unmanned traffic management and vertical ports. These innovations would redefine how we think about air travel and logistics, paving the way for increased efficiency and safety in our space. In conclusion, as we embark on this journey together, it is essential that we engage in a meaningful discussion about our challenges and opportunities. The Aviation Future Week provides a unique platform for global stakeholders to collaborate, share insights, and craft strategies that will guide the future of our industry. I urge you all to seize the opportunity to exchange ideas, foster partnership, innovate for sustainable and prosperous aviation sector. Let us navigate the skies of the future with ambition and responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Amazing words and a fantastic opener to our next 3 days. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to be in deep conversation with someone who we are very excited to welcome to the stage. The Chief Executive Officer of the Dubai Future Foundation. Please welcome His Excellency Khafan Belhol. Well, I guess first of all, thank you for having us at this wonderful, wonderful building. Where else would we have it, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, if you allow me, I'll first take the chance to say it's an absolute honor to be here. It's great to be with you on this panel. And it's just amazing to see this crowd. And I first want to thank, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed Al Maktoum, His Excellency, my dear friend Abu Ahmed Adel Rida, for this amazing partnership we have with Emirates. And I think this convening reiterates the purpose of the Museum of the Future. Maybe many of you have, I hope many of you have visited the actual experience in the museum, but the message of His Highness initially was that this museum should not only be an experiential journey for tourists, which thankfully is doing an amazing job. We've been sold out since opening, and we're extremely proud of that part of the experience. But his message was, this needs to be the headquarters for global future dialogues. And this is why this conversation is very important. So the message was, we will, of course, welcome people from all over the world to experience the journey, but we want it to be also the home for important conversations. And this is one absolutely important conversation that we are honored to be part of. Aviation will be disrupted top-down, and I'm sure we'll have that conversation. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation with leaders in Emirates Airlines, and we cannot thank them enough for this partnership.
Absolutely. I think a huge round of applause there. The fantastic partnership with Emirates. It is wonderful. And I'm pretty sure that meant free entry to the museum for everybody here.
Yes, guaranteed, every single one. I'm sure most of them have been already, but...
That's true. Okay, that is true. Listen, let's get into what we're here really to talk about. Of course, the very first Aviation Future Week. And I want to talk about the key themes, okay? Those key themes that are going to define, I guess, the next chapter of the aviation industry. Tell me more about those.
I mean, yeah, I totally agree, but let's first agree that, I mean, aviation will be disrupted, and the experts are here in the room in many ways and forms. And I can maybe add to that and tell you why Dubai and the UAE are probably the best way, the best place to actually test all this. I mean, first of all, if you look at the vertical side of things, when the plane is in the air, there's the sustainable aviation fuel or the SAF, and the consideration of sustainability and how much disruption can be happening over there. So that's in the flying part, and how sustainable we can be in that. Then you have the logistical and the cargo and the leverage on AI, and I'm sure we're going to elaborate on AI and where it's heading as well, and the leverage of the sophistication of that system, the customer journey, and again, I mean, I talk about this proudly now. Whenever you go to any airport in the world, when you come back to Dubai Airport and when you have the Emirates experience, it's a massive relief, right? So we're talking to people that are really on the cutting edge of innovation. But again, working with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed and leadership here, you always want to think outside the box and continue breaking the boundaries in terms of innovation. So there's lots to be done in terms of sustainable aviation fuel, but also lots to be done in terms of innovation in the customer's journey, in the cargo system, in the identification of the passengers. But I think many of that will be AI-driven, but more importantly, it will be driven by the agility of the decision makers and the willingness to accept new ideas, which I think is one of the secret sources of this emirate and country, is there's close connection to leadership to make change and make it really fast. And then one extra thing is the diverse data set that we have. More than 200, I was speaking to a colleague of mine earlier, we have more than 200 nationalities here, which means that even the data sets that you get are extremely unique in comparison to no other country can have the same data composition, which means that your testing, your validation, your sampling will be extremely diverse. So I think we have the diversity, we have the willingness to change, we have leaders across the aviation sector that are proactive. So I think, I mean, riding the innovation journey would be smoother than anywhere else.
And it's interesting, just touching very quickly on that willingness to change at such a key point, because not many people are, but our leaders here really do go with it and go, right, let's do it.
Absolutely. And I think, I mean, if I talk about us at Dubai Future Foundation, and I may be looking at His Excellency Abdullah bin Togh, which, by the way, led the Dubai Future Foundation at some point. So he did all the work and I took all the credit. But it was the early days when we actually worked at the Dubai Future Foundation to create a close connection with decision makers. The Dubai Future Foundation does not do the execution. We do the foresight and we do the ideation part, but then we need these stakeholders across, we need immigration, we need the health authority, we need Emirates, we need Dubai police. They are the executors. So if the link wasn't like-minded, then the change will not happen. And that's an edge that the UAE has. when you have leaders that are willing to take risk, leaders that are telling you that the biggest risk is not to take risk, then the sky's the limit on what you can reach. You can think about us in the UAE as investors in technology. For those of you that understand, and I'm sure many of you do, understand how venture capital works. Investing in technology has a lot of failures, but the successful story is what people talk about, and it recovers the whole portfolio. Us in the UAE, whenever we travel abroad, some people come to us and say, and I'm being very frank here, and no one is a stranger. People say, you always say you are number one, and you are number one, the biggest, the tallest, and the most ambitious. Yes, we strive to be number one, right? It doesn't mean that we'll be number one in everything, but there's a push to be number one. And this does not mean that we will not fail. This does not mean that we will not have learning curves. We will. And we did fail in things. But it's what you do with that failure. And that's the learning curve that we do. So leaders trust us. They give us the opportunity to learn and to pivot from those learning curves. And that's why the UAE is always on the edge of innovation, because of that mindset.
You're absolutely right. It's fantastic. Now, you've already mentioned AI. So I want to focus a little bit more on the automation side. So what do you think the role of AI is then going to have in aviation? Because we can't avoid it.
Yes.
It's happening.
So let's first be realistic with ourselves. AI is not only about aviation. I'll go one step back. AI will disrupt everything. And the difference between AI and everything else is the amount and the size of disruption is huge. Yesterday I was at GITEX having a conversation. And I don't want to scare you, but before we go to aviation, so let's imagine this together. Not far from now, and we talked about this yesterday, and God forbid it doesn't happen to you, but you might be asleep one day, and your alarm would ring. Your alarm would tell you that I have noticed an irregular heartbeat because you're wearing a watch. The same alarm would cancel your appointment, your work appointment, and will book you a doctor's appointment. Your same alarm will make your coffee for you. The same alarm will order you a car and will arrange the whole day for you without you even having washed your face or brushed your teeth yet. And you're still at home. So AI will actually do everything for you across your whole day without you haven't even woken up from bed yet. So, and this, you think this is far from now, but this is something that will happen inevitably and will happen really, really fast. So it's really, right now we order food leveraging on AI. We order cars leveraging on AI. We make investment decisions leveraging on AI. So, when it comes to aviation, the same thing will happen when it comes to managing airports, managing logistics, taking decisions when it comes to takeoff and landing, and so on and so forth. Like I said, the movement of cargo, the movement of passengers, the recommendations we'll get, it will disrupt the whole sector. But the biggest, so this is inevitable. This is going to happen whether we like it or not. The question is, how will we embrace it and how will we regulate it? And I don't want to give this gentleman a lot of credit, but he also came up with an initiative.
He's really giving you a lot of credit.
I am, even though he put me a few times in some awkward positions, but I still give him a lot of credit. So there's the Reg Lab as well at the federal level that was initiated. And the idea of the Reg Lab is to show that the country has agility in adapting regulation in favor of innovation. It is impossible to be at par with innovation, because if you have your regulation amended for today's innovation, 2 weeks from now there's a new innovation that comes up. So there's always going to be a gap. It's just how short that gap is and how quickly you are in making sure that your innovation is aligned with the latest technologies. So to your point about AI, we need to continue this agility to understand what does aviation need. And when we have that, we need the stakeholders in Emirates to come up with those joint recommendations to make sure that the decision to regulate is swift and fast. But where is the challenge? The challenge is you're talking about data. And this is probably the elephant in the room here in terms of the flexibility of data sharing. And maybe you've heard big leaders in AI like Sam Altman when he was at the World Government Summit, when they asked him what was the one thing that you want to be achieved in artificial intelligence industry, if you will, he said for us all to convene somewhere, somehow, and come up with some unified approach for the solution. It makes sense, but it's easier said than done, right? So, because there's so many things. There's different cultures, there's different ethics rules, there's different religions, there's different perceptions. So how can you really create that unified rule that's good for everyone? And that will be the challenge. But the good thing, like I said, in the UAE, we have this diverse set of data that we can test and we can move along with. And we have, like I said, entities like Emirates Emirates Airlines that actually can disrupt policies very quickly.
I mean, I want to stick with, I guess, automation, but move on to actually more robotics, which is another sort of buzzword, not so much, it's more of a keyword now, I guess, nowadays. So talking about Dubai Future Foundation, so then what are they doing within the aviation industry, particularly involving robotics?
Okay. So, I mean, as we know, we talked about, let's call them the three big beasts if they're collected together. And imagine if we connect them together for good, what is the impact? So imagine, and I've said this maybe in the Dubai Assembly last year, the imagination of connecting those three major disrupting components, if you will. If you connect quantum computing, which is super fast computers, with artificial intelligence and with robotics, how smart will this system be, right? You have super fast computers, you have robotics, and you have AI, which we only have scratched the surface of. I mean, look at us now having speeches using ChatGPT. We have recommendations using it, and we're getting comfortable with it. So imagine plugging this with robotics that can actually do things. And how smart can that be? And I don't want to scare you again, but imagine those robots become too smart to also stop you from turning them off. So some people think about this. Can they be that smart or not? I mean, we always think that humanity will always prevail, but the speed of compute with the input of data and with robotics can be a big disruption in the workforce and in the digital economy as a whole. Now, what we do is we have the Dubai Future Labs, which has amazingly smart engineers that try to come up with solutions, including robotics, and we try to solve for challenges that are needed within different sectors. With Emirates, for example, we're working on cargo solutions, which also includes a relationship with DP World, who are pioneers in the logistics sector. Maybe His Excellency mentioned the economical impact of aviation, which is north of 13%. Logistics plays the same role. It's around 13 to 14% as well. So a combined roughly 30% contribution. And he also mentioned maybe the 98 million visitors, which from what I hear is going to reach 145 by year end, which is also record breaking when it comes to the passengers coming through. So the data is huge. And what we do is we leverage that data. We create partnerships and we come up with robotic solutions that can be transformational, whether it's for logistics, whether it's for aviation. We also have one with the Museum of the Future. We have launched a challenge for them. And please, if any of you can help us with this, one of our biggest challenges here in the museum is actually how to clean the museum from the outside. So they have a challenge using robotics to leverage drones, for example, to actually figure out a way to clean the museum. I've been receiving videos every now and then with drones that are cleaning vertical buildings, but because of the curvature of this building, it's a bit challenging.
It's not one for a Roomba, is it? The
Absolutely.
little one we have at home.
Absolutely, but this is a challenge raised to everyone. Any solutions, we're happy to hear. But that's what we're doing. We're looking at different challenges, and we test them, and then if they're validated, we roll them out.
It's absolutely phenomenal. You know, you've already mentioned logistics, on the logistics side of it as well. So obviously we're talking about the future of the industry and the future of logistics. So then what is Dubai Future Foundation doing in this area as well? So
like I said, it's similar. As we know, I mean, the economical impact is, like I said, very, very similar. So we need to pay close attention to it. When we talk about DP World, we talk about one of the, remember maybe in the beginning I said we learn and we fail and we make mistakes, but we have major successful bets that we are always proud of. So in every pitch of Dubai Future Foundation, we always talk about how Dubai was a desert 30, 40 years ago, and now we have pioneering entities like Emirates. DP World is one of them. We talk about Burj Khalifa. So those are iconic, proud projects that have transformed the industry. DP World is one of them. So we're not here to tell them what to do. They've done a fantastic job globally. But what we do is we try to help them test and innovate. So one of the things that we're working on right now with them is try to figure out an automated robotic warehouse management system. And like I said, we go back to our engineers, we present proposals to them, and we pilot them together in hope to create some kind of an agreement. And from what I'm hearing with the team, it's going extremely well to ensure that we create a seamless warehousing, automated, roboticized system that can help them within their logistics supply chain. So that's what we're doing in a hope to set an example. But I think the biggest outcome of all this is, and this is really linked to Dubai D33 plan, which is driven by ensuring that the UAE and Dubai are a home for talent. And this was the main outcome of this. The engineers we produce, the partnerships that we create, and everyone maybe pre-COVID, once COVID hit, many people around the world, including media, doubted Dubai. And I think looking at our numbers and how we exceeded GDPs pre-COVID now and what has happened and the exemplary focus from leadership first on the health and safety of the people when COVID hit, and then entrusting the people by opening up, then showing people that it's all about the human, whether it's the golden visa, whether it's welcoming people from all over the world, showing them that we really focus on talent. This is what created this amazing financial result and economical prosperity here in Dubai. And I think picking up on this and focusing on the important sectors and creating talent here, whether through the robotics industry or beyond, is I think the most important contributor to the D33 plan, which is talent development going into the future.
I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. And I think everybody's listening to every single word. We are out of time, sadly, although His Excellency will be wandering around, I'm sure. So if you do have any questions or, more importantly, solutions to cleaning the museum of the future.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, please, His Excellency, Khalfan Bellamur. Thank you. We were just talking about paddle because we were supposed to play paddle yesterday. We didn't. Right, we move on, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to move on to our next keynote today, ladies and gentlemen, talking about balancing traffic demand with innovative passenger solutions and elevated on-ground experiences. Please welcome the Secretary General of the Arab Air Carriers Organization, the AACO. Please welcome Abdel Wahab Tafaha.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I came from Beirut, and I always enjoy coming here to Dubai from a place which is hostage to history, to a place where they think of the future and they plan for it, and they do it. So congratulations to everyone who thinks of the future. You are on the right side of humanity. Now, let me start with my speech, which was not written by ChatGPT, I promise you. It was written by me. I feel the same sense of trepidation as I did when I presented my master's thesis to my professors, because I'm standing here today in front of a group of pioneers and leaders who have reshaped the aviation industry and created new models that were rarely present in the minds of aviation professionals before them. The models these pioneers have created have three key features. The first is to give the customer what would truly delight him or her, and consistently push the envelope of quality of service. The second is to bring the strategic plans of the airline and the infrastructure together and always think where you want the airline to be and put the plans for the infrastructure accordingly. The third pillar is don't just carry people safely and securely. Promote your country and create a new paradigm that will not only contribute to the growth of the airline, but also to the sustainable economic development and growth of your country and contribute to job creation for its nation and for the whole world, to reflect the global DNA of the airline industry. So kudos to the pioneers who have forged a remarkable new dimension in aviation. This embodies the spirit behind the Museum of the Future, which is designed to show the past and address today's challenges, but to pave the way for the future. Be that as it may, the future of the aviation industry and its continued growth as a major economic lever and job creator is not linearly guaranteed. We have seen through COVID the level of volatility of the industry. The volatility extends also to other areas because of the geopolitical tensions and economic instability, and unfortunately in an industry that always needs to deal with crises, irrespective of where they are taking place. The air travel industry proved resilience throughout its history. This resilience is the result of the following. Air travel has increasingly become part of the way of the lives of peoples of the earth. Air travel is an essential contributor to economic growth. Air travel is one of the best catalysts for job creation, powering job-intensive tourism industry. Airlines use the best available technology to them to make travel safer, more economical, and environmentally friendly. Yet, that guarantee that this resilience against volatility doesn't only continue, but also equip the airlines with the means to draw from opportunities for greater growth and higher economic contribution. The industry needs to address a number of requisites to provide customers with higher levels of service and better solutions for their concerns, both individually and on the social level. There are three major pillars, in my opinion, the industry needs to focus on. The first, to be abreast with what technology provides to make the customer journey hassle-free and more pleasant. The world is moving into an era of digitized processes, both in trade and services. However, this digitized world, though it is now predominant in the customer's retail experience, it is yet to be fully exploited in his or her travel processes. If I want to give a glowing example of what a digital experience for a passenger would mean, I should go no further than the experience the customer has traveling from Dubai. What is on the screen now is the optimum flow of passengers, removing all what can be considered as pain points in the passenger journey, from creating at home a verified digital ID that is matched with biometric data, going through enabling a biometric check-in process, dropping the bag, walking through immigration, and stopping only at security point. That would provide passengers with a delightful start of the travel and the airline with the ability to repurpose its resources to provide better services with higher levels of security and lesser levels of exposure to fraud. What needs to be completed to render the whole journey similar to the departure one is to enable the same process to apply not only on departure, but also on arrival, and possibly extending that to other stakeholders and service providers, like car rentals, hotels, and tour operators, to provide all the travel chain stakeholders with the ability to recognize digitally the passengers and prepare for their services even before their departure. Secondly, to address the customer as an individual with specific aspirations and requirements. Because of the intricacies of the airline business and the need for providing the passenger with the ability to travel on multiple airlines through multiple airports, coupled with the need to make sure that the systems supporting such a complex network are resilient and almost tamper-free, the industry has been slow in changing its information technology infrastructure from centralized, rigid, and siloed passenger service systems into open, decentralized, and modular ones that will enable them to know the customer as a person with a track record and aspirations, rather than a set of numbers and digits in the PNR. This is not an easy task. It actually requires a fundamental change in the architecture of airline systems. The industry is moving in that direction with IATA's offer and order concept. Technology providers are grappling with how they can adapt to such a need by the airlines and their customers. The new entrants in this field have a tough job of how to convince airlines that they need to experiment with newcomers and what is the backbone of the airline industry. The incumbents are also striving to become the antithesis of what has given them the ability to record the highest profit to revenue ratios with any stakeholder related to aviation. Therefore, airlines have the golden opportunity to experiment with the best of both worlds. Powerful incumbents who want to keep their dominance and have willingness to provide great concessions to keep their dominance and to try to continue with the technology they have. And new entrants who are not shackled by the legacy of the past, but are facing a wall of risk-taking by airline managers who are extremely averse to take risks, especially with their technology infrastructure. Transition and redundancy are the two key words for airlines to enter into this new era. It will cost more for transition, but it will be necessary to ensure that the transition will be done with reduced exposure to risk. Thirdly, which is something that it was talked about this morning a lot, sustainability. This is to address the collective consciousness towards aviation contribution to climate change. Let me start by saying that air transport is the smallest contributor to greenhouse gases amongst all modes of transport. It represents, in total, 3% of the global CO2 emissions and 1.9% in its international operations. Yet aviation is extremely visible and has been the target of a flood of regulations. that are coming from regulators from all over the world. Although aviation has already set for itself very ambitious goals of capping its emissions from international operations at 2019 level minus 15%, having net zero emissions by 2050, and reducing emissions by 5% through the use of cleaner energies by 2030. Yet, many regulators are still adding to those ICAO goals regulations, many of which are either unrealistic, extremely expensive, or premature. The question is never whether the airline industry should play its part in reducing greenhouse gases or not. The question is what to do in order to enable the airlines to make this transformation at the best possible cost at the optimum speed. The target of capping emissions below the levels of 2019 minus 15% as an intermediate measure up till 2035 provides the grounds for neutralizing CO2 emissions resulting from the growth of traffic beyond the level of 2019 minus 15%. The long-term goal of net zero emission would provide the stakeholders with enough time to put in place the needed technology development in production of propulsion and airframe to enable the airlines to meet the 2050 goal. Technology development should be the silver bullet. Today we heard a lot about SAF, but aren't we forgetting about technology? However, unfortunately, the focus of many regulators is on the promise of changing the energy needed to fly planes from fossil fuel to cleaner energies like sustainable aviation fuel, low carbon aviation fuel, hydrogen, and other cleaner fuels. This change is definitely part of what is holistically should be considered the transformation that is needed by the industry to achieve the net zero emission. ICAO expects to achieve the net zero target in 2050 through the contribution of the following. SAF will constitute a reduction of 55% technology, 55% reduction in emissions. Technology will contribute 21%, infrastructure reform and development will contribute 11%, and even with that, there will remain 13% of emissions to be offset through carbon credits. And this is the best case scenario. Implementing these measures will raise airline costs by approximately 34% when compared to 2024. By the way, I am more concerned now about, unlike many of you, you are concerned of the long-term future. My concern is actually the near-term future, maybe because of my lifespan is not going to extend into that long. So this is a real problem that we will be addressing. The increase in costs of 34%, total cost of the airlines, by 2050 is going to be a huge risk that the airlines are going to take if technology, SAF, and other cleaner energies, infrastructure are not holistically looked at and only looking at one portion of the equation, which is only SAF. Now, the whole focus, as I said, of most regulators today is not on the advancement in technology, such as propulsion and airframe innovations. By the way, when we look at the last 30 years, from 1990 up till 2019, technology per RTK reduced emissions by 50%. 50%. So why not, from now until 2050, we look at the same number? Reduction because of technology in propulsion and airframe to reduce emissions by 50% instead of the ICAO expected 21%. We should expect the same. Mikhail, you're laughing. Well, we should expect the same. You delivered that in 30 years. We need you to deliver the same result in the next 30 years. Let me tell you what would happen if that was the case. Instead of reducing emissions by 55% through the use of SAF, we will need 30% less SAF, and we will reduce the emissions that are needed by that contribution. We wouldn't need to buy offsets, which means that our cost is not going to be as high, and the infrastructure will contribute the remaining 11%. That would become actually the true silver bullet, rather than focus on one enabler, which everybody is talking about and forgetting about the other enablers. We are focusing only on SAF and how we can deliver SAF. This is good, but SAF alone is not going to solve our problem. This is why you in Airbus and Boeing and GE and the others, please put your act together so that we can continue to make travel accessible to passengers and to cargo shippers. Otherwise, 34% increase in cost would mean suppression of traffic and would mean suppression of contribution in the GDP and would mean suppression of economic growth and would mean suppression in the level of growth, and it will mean suppression of job creation. We don't want that for the future. Therefore, I believe in three, maybe four in my mind, in three things to deliver by primarily the regulators. Incentivize technology manufacturers by supporting research and development and in implementing propulsion and airframe system developments. Prioritize infrastructure development and reform of airspace and airports, especially in areas where congestion is endemic. If we can achieve the 11% reduction projected by ICAO through the reform of infrastructure, then that will be one of the greatest contributors to our long-term target. Incentivize energy suppliers, airports, and airlines to use cleaner energies. The US has taken that road, and the SAF production in the US has increased tremendously. Unlike Europe, where congestion is the endemic epitome of any congestion in the world. Yet Europe, when they want to push for the production of SAF, they applied penalties which are being passed on to airlines and being passed on to customers. Now, incentivizing technology production, technology advancements, incentivizing the energy supplies in order for the airlines to use, airports to use, suppliers to deliver SAF, that will actually be the silver bullet. With that, I would tell you that aviation will continue to grow, provide tremendous added value to economic growth and job creation. Balancing this growth would need conditions. Those conditions I have set before as the three ones, but the fourth one, which was on my mind, and I didn't utter, is that the willingness of the governments to understand, not here, because here in the UAE, you are the example of understanding the value of aviation. The willingness of governments, particularly in Europe, to understand that the value of aviation goes beyond just flying people. It is an excellent economic contributor and lever for job creation and economic growth. With that, I will just thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Adel, for inviting me. It's a pleasure. And Your Excellencies, I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Abdel. With that, Your Excellencies and our VIPs, I now invite you to please take a tour of the area at the back of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to remain standing whilst our Excellencies and the VIPs start the tour. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. If I could ask you to take your seats just whilst we allow the VIPs to leave the main auditorium area. So if I could ask you to take a seat just as the VIPs exit, and then they will begin the tour. Thank you so much. gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your break. You are refreshed. We're now going to move on to the first of our panel discussions for the 3 days. The panel discussion is going to be talking about optimizing traffic demand in a constrained environment. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, can I welcome our first panel member, Deputy President and Chief Operations Officer at Emirates Airline, Mr. Adel Al-Reda. We will also have the Chief Executive Officer of Fly Dubai, Gaith Al-Ghayth. There we are. Next one in. We also have the Executive Vice President of Airbus International, Wouter van Wersch. And the Director of Network and Strategy of Air Arabia, Tony Whitby. Your panel today is moderated by the Emirates Divisional Vice President of Fleet Planning, Rogerio Leo. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel, thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning to you.
So to lovely crowd today, magnificent venue. It's a Dubai show in its finest hour. To get the panel started, showing the absolute resilience of our industry. We see that the last 2 years have been outstanding, let alone record-breaking for some of you, the companies. I'm going to ask, just to get the panel started, I'm going to ask each one of you to reflect on the last 2 years and the fact that demand came back with a vengeance, roaring. And I'll leave you with this initial question, which is, what can stop us? What has the potential to not stop us because we are unstoppable as an industry, but to slow us down? What is in the horizon? Maybe we'll start with you, Adel.
I think, first of all, good morning to everybody. It's great to be here today. The last 2 years have been great as the passenger demand and the cargo demand has been a lot more than what we were really anticipating and expecting. So it's been a nice, good result for the last 2 years. Going forward, we're seeing we have a clear plan. I think the airline industry is have boosted back. The only stopper I see to us is really aircraft and supplier ability to meet the airline demand in terms of aircrafts, in terms of engines, and in terms of equipment to be fitted on board the aircraft. That is our greatest challenge and a showstopper. I see it in the near future in the airline industry.
You feel the same pains, Gaith. What are your views?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Emirates, Adel, for this wonderful gathering in this beautiful place, getting everybody to come and talk about the future. I think your question was what happened in the last 2 years, and I was going to go back a little bit 2 years even before that, during COVID. And I think we are in Fly Dubai. We are very fortunate, first of all, to be here in the United Arab Emirates and to be in Dubai especially, because what really happened then paved the way to what we currently see is the biggest demand in air transportation. But at that time, when COVID hit, many people thought all negative things can only happen. But alhamdulillah, because of our trust and leadership in the United Arab Emirates and in Dubai, and all the decision that Dubai has done, we, alhamdulillah, in Fly Dubai, managed to organize our way in a way that we now grew by 120% in this period. When it was COVID, it was supposed to be negative. And we took decision at that time to believe in our country that things will come back sooner and will come back stronger. And that's why, we never actually stopped flying. One of the key issues we did in Fly Dubai, for example, our aircraft, we never put them on long parking so that we can bring them back sooner. So when the business came back, we flew our aircraft, our manpower staff also, we managed to retain them. Almost, I would say, 97% of the people stayed in the company, and that was also something very good, so we can start operating immediately after COVID start. And I just wanted to share with you some numbers, because I think I always, when I say this, people are amazed about what actually have happened. COVID started in March 2020, and everything stopped. By June 2020, Dubai, if Muhammad was here, he would tell us from immigration, started receiving tourists. We started operating our fleets. It's ready to operate. And we started seeing business coming back to Dubai. We reduced, of course, our cost, just like anybody else did. By November 2020, Fly Dubai, we were cash positive. So the cash that we were collecting, it was the same cash that we were taking out. So we stopped using our reserve. And we were so proud to say that we did not need to take any support in terms of cash from the government to maintain our business. And that was only because of Dubai, because the business here was ready to receive the people. And that's what I wanted to explain. And this is what I think helped Fly Dubai to reach where we are right now, over 120% growth in our business. It's something that we are very proud of, and it is because of what's happening in Dubai. Now, saying that, this wonderful story, unfortunately, as Adil said, is no longer possible to continue. We have a lot of challenges with the aircraft delivery, you all know, and I think this is going to be the headline for the next year at least, and this is something that will affect the capacity for us to grow even more.
Walter, your views from Toulouse. Airbus also had 2 outstanding years. Wide-body orders up 33% over the last 3 years. Narrow-body orders even higher than that. With lately some challenges with supply chain. So, what is your take on the last 2 years and the direction of travel? What are the pain points going forward?
Yes, thank you. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. You know, at Airbus, we pioneer sustainable aerospace, and I think being in the Museum of the Future is really a place where I feel very much at home, because pioneering and looking at the future solutions is what we do every day. So as you mentioned, yes, Airbus has gone through a good ride over the last years. COVID has been, of course, extremely challenging, but the rebound has been amazing. Of course, first on the single aisle and then on the wide bodies. But this has really helped us to recover quickly from COVID. 2023 was a record year with 735 aircraft delivered, of course also many to the Middle East, and a record of more than 2,100 new aircraft orders, which was the biggest one we've ever achieved. So I would say COVID behind us, the market rebounding. This year is off to a good start, again in terms of the orders, but also the deliveries. But as you also mentioned, it's a challenging business environment. I think we're all struggling at this moment with the issues on the supply chain, which is definitely making our life complicated. The rising costs, inflation, even if it's coming down a little bit, that's definitely making it more complicated. Of course, also growing competition. But so we need to keep our portfolio competitive. We have launched a lot of internal initiatives. You might have heard about the LEAD program, which is really to improve our effectiveness and be able to deliver our aircraft. So the market is not easy, but I think by taking the right decisions, we can continue to be successful. I think the Middle East and Dubai, where we are today, is an amazing place. Every time I land here, I think the future of aviation and maybe of the world is defined here. I love the ambition, we are very proud to be partners, and I've got some of my good friends around the panel today. Proud to be partners, and we'll try to continue to deliver on time as much as possible. The aircraft to define the aviation of the future. So challenges, but I think a great future ahead also.
Thank you. Now over to the man that manages many hubs, Tony. How was 2023 and 2022 for Air Arabia, and what can derail the extreme growth that you have been having in the imminent future?
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to join you in such a wonderful venue. It's really been a journey of a number of different phases, each with their own challenges, as we've transitioned from 2022 through to where we are today in 2024. 2022 was really about the bringing our workforce back, recommissioning our aeroplanes, and I think we have to say and recognise that the leadership that we experienced and had the ability to work with here in the UAE really supported the process of recommissioning those aircraft, and certainly by the end of 2022 Air Arabia as a group had all its aircraft flying 100% back in the air. 2023 was a prosperous year, I think, not just for Air Arabia but for all carriers within the UAE. Essentially, we were able to increase capacity, add fleet. We had double-digit growth in terms of turnover, and that translated through, especially with the higher yields, and they were resultant from perhaps the international community not being able to put their capacity back into these markets at such a similar pace. So that led to higher yields, and for Air Arabia, in absolute terms, it led to record profitability and to us being able to deliver probably one of the leading world's profit margins in 2023. That momentum has continued in 2024. The yield has softened a bit. There's been a few challenges with fuel price volatility, but in general terms, the growth is continuing. So we're expecting a further good performance. And I think during these 2 years, we've also positioned the group quite well in terms of seeding further growth opportunity, both here in the UAE, but also in our hubs further afield.
Deliveries on time, your Airbus sitting right next to you as an all Airbus operator, everything going to schedule.
I think probably comments on that later.
So I want to circle back on how to overcome the challenges that we've highlighted. I want to get the views from everybody, but before, I just want to align our views on the demand side. Yeah, we are now reaching an all-time high of air traffic demand. IATA says that we're going to grow by another 4 billion air travelers in the next 20 years. That's doubling the size of the air travel population today. There's this very notional point of knowledge in our industry that air traffic doubles every 15 years. That seems to be continuing. So I want to ask you, gentlemen, where is the growth going to come from? Regions of the world, segments, new segments. And I'm going to fire this one to you, Wouter, because I know you guys study that very carefully. You published the famous Airbus global market forecast that we look forward to read every year. So over to you.
Yes, so indeed the GMF, the Global Market Forecast, was issued a couple of weeks ago. So we look at what's going to happen in our sector over the next 20 years, so between today and 2043. So as we already mentioned earlier on, it's all about growth. So I think the GDP expectations in the world will be on average about 2.6%, but there's of course rising middle class, and so we see growth actually all around the world. Maybe a bit of a plateauing in Europe, but I think the Middle East, Asia will be the real big hubs where the traffic will continue to grow quite substantially. To give you a couple of figures, we look at the percentages, so we expect the coming 3 years to have a compounded average growth yearly of 8%, which is enormous, and worldwide. And then the years after it will go down a little bit, but on average over the 20 years it will be 3.6%, which is of course a lot. If I put this in terms of number of aircraft, so today we have 24,000 aircraft flying. By 2043 we will need 48,000, which is a doubling of the installed base. Of course there's a lot of retirement, which means that we estimate there will be a need for 42,000 new aircraft worldwide. So this is, of course, an enormous amount. 80% is single aisle, 20% will be wide bodies, but that's on average worldwide. If I look at the Middle East, which is, of course, home to a number of the largest carriers in the world, with mega airports, and I think a very, very strong growth. Only for this region, today there are 1,300 aircraft, and we expect this to go up to 3.7,000. This is passengers and freighters. So I think it's all about growth. It's all about making the infrastructure ready. I know the fantastic new airport that will be built around the corner, so which will enable a lot more traffic. Of course, it needs the aircraft to be there. So I think that the Middle East is going to play a key role in the growth. And so it's all about getting the infrastructure, getting the people also, because I think only for the region here, this means that there will be thousands of people needed, pilots, engineers, mechanics, crews. So I think from an HR perspective, also a challenge, but I think it all shows how important this region is going to be in the world.
Gaith, our ambitions here are known to be bigger than the world average. So in view of all this positive growth prospect, in your views, where is this growth going to come from in your network? Is it distributed evenly? Are you seeing new segments? There's a lot of talk about more investment in Fly Dubai, into the premium cabin, into business class, more people traveling for leisure in business class. I want your views on that.
Well, again, we need to go back a little bit to understand what's happening in the future. For example, in Fly Dubai, when we are now at 125 destinations. 90 of these destinations are destinations where they were not properly or not even being served by, to and from Dubai. So that shows you the potential that we saw in the past. But moving to the future also, I feel, because of what's happening in this part of the world and what's happening in Dubai, Dubai now is a brand like no other brand in the world. And I will not be exaggerating if I say, if we put our hand like this on a map, and I said we will fly here, there will be business to Dubai, and it will be successful. It is that easy, guys. If we have the airplane, we have now what we, our hometown that can pull traffic to Dubai. And better than that, we have an airport that is now so big that it is the biggest hub in the world. I was reviewing some numbers because we had now, of course, a relationship with Emirates, but we have other airlines that are partnering with us. A North American Airlines number of passengers connecting to Fly Dubai per day was over 100 passengers. Why? Because now we have a network that when you put it in Dubai, it attracts traffic. So from our point of view, the Dubai being as successful as it is right now is our best future growth potential. And we can see business coming from everywhere. What makes us very successful, of course, our partnership with Emirates Airline, because now instead of just looking at the two networks separately, and you are a planning person, when you put it together, the business grow from without doing much except. Also, looking forward, of course, to the amazing airport that will be built in Dubai, in Jabal Ali Al Maktoum Airport. I think that will expand the potential for us, and we really feel that if the world is growing by 5%, we will probably grow double that, as you have said.
Yes. That's very, very encouraging for all of us here. Tony, what's in the horizon for you guys, for Air Arabia? Another hub where you're in Egypt, you are in Morocco. You have a hub, obviously, here in Sharjah and Abu Dhabi, 2 hubs in the UAE, and you have a partner in Pakistan. So are we going to see, given all this growth prospect, are we going to see another Air Arabia hub pop up in the horizon in 2025 or beyond?
If first I can sort of calibrate my answer to where we think the sort of growth percentages will be. We think cautiously that the general industry forecasts are probably understated. So not dissimilar to, obviously, Gay's comments on Fly Dubai. So we think that there is upside opportunity to do that. Where will our growth come from? Well, the UAE will always be a very important market to Air Arabia. That's where our heritage is. That's where the scale of our operation ultimately is. And in terms of the opportunity here in the UAE, one opportunity will come as we change our mix of fleet. So as we introduce more A321s, they're obviously of a higher gauge. So that will naturally give an increase in capacity to both existing markets and any new markets that we enter. And then in the future, where we take delivery of the even longer range A321 aircraft, that will obviously expand our geographical footprint.
Are we on that point, are we likely to see a Air Arabia flight? You could have the range to go from Morocco to North America, for example. Could we see that in the future? Is that in the planning cards?
I think the final deployment options obviously remain to be seen. Much of that depends on obviously Airbus's ability to deliver the order that we have, and to the extent that there are any shortfalls in that, we'll obviously have to assign the aircraft to the most appropriate markets that will deliver the best shareholder returns. But going back to the UAE, obviously we've entered now into longer range markets with the Far East and now into Central Europe. So there's definitely an extension opportunity there. Beyond that, we obviously have another hub in the UAE as well that's seeded for growth. Outside the UAE, we have our businesses, as you've rightly recognised, in Morocco, Morocco's going on a multi-base dynamic, and we have growth opportunity in Egypt as well. As far as Pakistan's concerned and our joint venture with Fly Jinnah, it's got off to a tremendous success. We've now completed our domestic operations, and we've now gone international, including serving markets in the GCC and particularly in the UAE. So that's a good tool to have, given there are some bilateral restrictions between the markets and an imbalance between the rights of the Pakistani carriers and the rights of the UAE carriers. Finally, going back to your comment on new hubs, we would certainly expect there to be new hubs that build on what we've created thus far, whether that's under the Air Arabia brand name or whether that's under new brand names in different jurisdictions. It will be an extension of the strategy that we've pursued thus far.
Thank you. Gaith, back to you. I want to get your perspective and your views and the story behind the scenes on the choice to enter the wide-body market. So given all this growth story unfolding in front of us and a balancing act of infrastructure not going at pace, maybe having to upgauge, is that part of the strategy to balance the act, growth versus constraints? Give us some juicy bits on the wide-body story for Fly Dubai, and also if you can give us a preview of where you're thinking to fly these machines.
Thank you very much. I guess all of the above, I would say. I mean, first of all, we are in Fly Dubai very honored by the trust the shareholders has put in us, that now we in Fly Dubai, we grew to this size into the, I would say, the 6-hour radius network, and we did a decent job. Now we are entrusted to go to the next layer or the next level and expand the airline to have a bigger aircraft. We are very proud of that. As far as we are concerned, I think it's a logical step for Fly Dubai, especially now with the opening of Al Maktoum Airport, because that will give us the ability to even fly more flights, longer distance. It's going to do two things for us. It's going to help us on our routes that has a problem now with capacity because our aircraft is too small. So that will be the sort of easy fruits to gain immediately. And of course, we will also go to places beyond in Europe, in Asia. China is very big for us, and Africa, because we believe that the corridor between Africa and China is still, there is a lot of potential, and we can do very well with this type of aircraft. So we are very excited, very honored, and we believe that this is going to be a huge potential for us.
Thank you for the insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we unfortunately lost our host, Adil, but I want to put you, Walter, back on the spot. I wanted to actually ask Adil to do that, but
I think you have to explain. Adil is doing a more important job than sitting here. He's looking after His Highness is here visiting the stand.
There we go. Exactly. Exactly. So growth is the paradigm. That's where it's very clearly established direction of travel. On the other hand, we see bottlenecks, we see constraints in the system. We know the infrastructure lags behind demand when demand is firing up on all 6 cylinders. What's Airbus doing to unlock more growth when it comes to putting more new airplanes deliveries into the system? And then the question that I want to put you on the spot: why not, given all this picture we've just painted, bring back a very large aircraft into the scene again, an A380neo, an A380-900. Give us the Airbus spiel on that.
Okay, you're putting me on the spot, huh? No, so listen, I think, as I mentioned first, I think it's all about delivering on our commitments to the customers. You know, we have a backlog of 8,600 aircraft to be delivered. And that's a lot when you do like 770 per year. So it's more than 10 years. Today, as I mentioned earlier on, I think our main priority is to deliver. And therefore, we need to do a lot of work on the supply chain. The supply chain has been struggling since COVID. Unfortunately, it's not back. So we have to step in as much as we can to help our suppliers. You know, we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 suppliers, and we have to go down quite deep in the supply chain. We all know the challenges on getting the engines, the BFE. We've got a lot of big topics. You all heard about Spirit, big company doing aerostructures for Boeing and also for Airbus, which is in a bit difficult financial situation. So that's the number one focus, is to make sure that we can continue to deliver. Of course, we try to help also on a lot of other topics. We talked, but you know, we don't do infrastructure, so you know, there needs to be bigger airports. There needs to be a lot done on that topic, but that's not really our business. So we focus on the aircraft, delivering, and of course working on the future generation. As was mentioned earlier on in one of the presentations, we also have sustainability in the prime focus of the company, because ultimately that will be our license to operate. So how do we do this? It's to bring the latest technology, so the 320, 321neo that you know well, the 350, 900, 1000, but also the smaller modules, the 220, continuing to improve them constantly, but also looking at what the future is going to be. We announced, you know, a hydrogen aircraft for 2035, which is of course a big stick in the ground for the future. And in the meantime, SAF is a key topic that we need to work on. So I think there's a lot of things to be done. It's, you know, it's all about the ecosystem. We need to work all together between the airlines, between the manufacturers, between the governments, the airports. We really need to make this happen, and we are very much committed to this. To come back to your 380 question, because I will not avoid it, I think the 380 is a fantastic aircraft, and I think that Emirates is by far the biggest user in the world, and a proud user of our A380, and we are very proud of this. It's a 4-engine aircraft, which is not always optimum going forward. So for the moment, yes, we have stopped the line, because there was not enough demand anymore. But I agree that for the airlines, but also the passengers, it's a unique experience. And well, we'll see what the future brings, but short term, we will not come back on that decision, unfortunately. But the 350-1000 is also a fantastic aircraft. And Emirates will get its first one soon, so you'll be able to experience it as a passenger also.
We have a bit more time, so last one for me before I think we have a few more minutes to open questions from this amazing audience. Airlines welcome competition, and when it comes to aircraft supply, we've been with a duopoly pretty much for several decades. Airbus or Boeing duopoly. So to the airlines, to Gates and Tony, it's very early days. We see that the Chinese have this manufacturer, a Comac. They have certified in China now primarily the 919, which is a narrow-body airplane, similar to a 320 MAX size. In the longer run, persisting issues of supply chain and delayed deliveries, do you see potential in our industry having a healthy third player? Would you consider acquiring and operating such airplanes? Whichever wants to go first, Tony or
me to have a go at this
Gate.
one first? So obviously the C919, it's sized in a similar manner to the A320 family, with a seating configuration of anywhere between about 150 and 192. It has a range capability of about 5,500 kilometres. So it is a potential competitor for Airbus and Boeing. As you've said, it's a fairly new aeroplane. I think it needs to be proven over time in terms of what the operational performance is and whether it degrades over time. Also, what the economics are associated with the aeroplane as well, especially as it moves through stages of its life. You also alluded to, obviously, the registration and approvals in other geographical regions. At the moment, for it to be an attractive proposition to airlines such as ourselves, obviously, it needs to go through those approval processes such that it can obviously cover all the geographies that are available to us, both within our business as it exists today and as it is planned and envisaged in the future. Would we consider it? Well, I guess as we sit here now, we very much hope there's no further slippage in the delivery programs. We've had to push back our order because of the supply chain issues, and we've taken some additional decisions with respect to how much of a test pilot we want to be on the solution. But notwithstanding that, we will look at all the aeroplanes that are available in the marketplace as they exist today. If they evolve as future variants, or if manufacturers introduce things, it's incumbent on us as a management team to evaluate all of those options, and each will be evaluated in due time to see what the opportunities look like for us. So we certainly wouldn't rule something out, but the life cycle of this particular product has got some way to go to be attractive.
Could Fly Dubai make such a move, Gate? Be an operator in the UAE, operating Chinese aircraft in the future?
You know, it's about time that there is a third and even a fourth aircraft manufacturer. The bottleneck, the choke that we see right now in the business, it's because the limitation that you don't have enough competition. So of course, anybody who are sane will welcome more competition. This is what we do in the airline. Imagine there is only one or two airlines operating in the whole world. It would be disaster. And that's why I think having another manufacturers, of course, meeting everything that my colleagues have said, is really something very important. And we need to create that competition, because I think Europe or America, maybe they reached to certain limitation of trying to challenge how you can do better. Maybe they reach certain limitation with the rules in their countries. Look at America now. They have a strike in Boeing. Boeing already reached a level where they have so many issues. Now they have to handle a strike, and the strike is now in its second month. So having more competition, maybe it's good for our industry. I would say it is very good for our industry, and it is something that we should welcome with an open arm.
Can I maybe say something?
I saw that coming. Yeah.
Because then somebody from Boeing have to come and sit here and say, this is not fair.
Anybody from Boeing?
Maybe just 2 words. Huh?
I think as manufacturers we love competition. And you know, Airbus was born from a competition against Boeing, and I think that makes all of us better. So we are actually quite happy to see a new entrant coming in. Of course, you know, we are in a high-tech industry where safety, quality is paramount, and this has been built up over many, many years. You know, Airbus has been there for more than 60 years, and it's about leading edge technologies, making sure that the aircraft have the performance that is also needed over lifetime. Comac is at the start. They've got like 10 aircraft flying at the moment in China. So I don't think they're there, but China is a strong economic powerhouse, and I'm convinced they will get there, but it will take some time. So we like competition, but for the moment I think we're still driving the market.
Thank you, gentlemen. If I track time properly, I think we just ran out of time. I want to know from the MC if we do have time for a question from the audience. No? I'm sorry, we did run out of time. I hope that we've painted a picture of the very clear direction of travel of our industry, some of the challenges in the horizon, and some ideas on how to overcome and work around these challenges. Please, a hand for our formidable panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our panel there. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is going to begin very, very shortly. Can I please just ask a very quick reminder that when we do have people on stage and the panel is taking place, if you are in the breakout area and the display area, to please keep conversation to a minimum, because it's extremely loud when you are on stage, so I appreciate your time. We'll be back here in just, it's about 4 minutes' time. See you soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to begin. If I could ask you to make your way back to the stage into the auditorium. The next panel discussion will begin in 2 minutes. So if I could ask you to make your way in, it will begin in 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to make your way into the auditorium. We're about to begin the next panel. Please come and take your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please can I ask you to make your way towards the stage? Please take your seats, we're about to begin. We're trying to keep as on schedule as possible, so if I could ask you to take your seats, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the next panel for the day. We're going to be talking about enhancing airport experience through adapting infrastructure changes and leveraging technology. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel members. First up, the Executive Chairman of Dubai Aviation City Corporation, His Excellency Khalifa Al Zafin. Here we are, sir. Oh, this one, just there, yeah. No, just that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's the second one. Just double checking positions. Next up, we have Nicolas van der Bul, the Head of Airline Relations, Projects and Development from Charles de Gaulle Airport. Following that, the Chief Executive Officer of Riyadh Airport, Ayman Abu Abah. And the Chief Technology and Infrastructure Officer at Dubai International Airport, Omar bin Adai. And your moderator for this panel is Eleni Giorgos from CNN. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel, thank you so much. Just a reminder to please keep the noise down at the back. Thank you very much indeed.
A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eleni Giorgos. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN. Delighted to be with you today and talking about the airport experience. As we know, airports almost feel like the window to a country's soul. Depending on what you experience and see and feel at an airport, it's perhaps a little bit of a barometer of what you'll see in the country, and that's why the experience when you first step on soil somewhere around the world is vital. And delighted to be talking about this today with our special guests. I'd like to start off by talking about where we stand right now in removing the friction across airports, specifically in this region, and how the competitive environment has definitely altered. Your Excellency, I'd like to start with you. And I want to kind of talk about the biometrics that we've been seeing, which of course the UAE and Dubai has been incredibly at the forefront of. I mean, it's amazing to walk in, not take out your passports. It's just all you need is your face and a smile, right?
Yeah. I think future airports and big airports cannot operate the way they used to operate before. So changes and riding on technologies, it's not a choice, it's a must. If we don't change the financial and the operation and the economy of airport is not going to really do well. It will be very heavy to move. And therefore, we have to ride the technologies, biometrics, one of them. I think our plan and our aim to have a borderless airport, and that's the way we want to go. We already have a live station in our laboratory where you don't really interfere or interact with people. And I think that one could be really extendable. We can extend it into real life airport. Probably we'll do something in Dubai International Airport. But this is the way to go, and this is the future.
Fantastic. Okay, we're going to touch on that notion and how we can improve even further, because that's going to be really important. But Nicolas, I want to bring you into this. And Charles de Gaulle, as well as Orly in Paris, have started including biometric systems. And I want you to tell me where you are in the lifespan of getting to where you actually need to be, because we do know that the Paris experience is very different to what we're seeing in the Middle East and some of the more advanced airports, which happen to be right here in this region.
Okay, so there's where we are today and where we'd like to be in the future. So I would say in Europe we have quite strict regulation in terms of data protection and privacy, what we call a GDPR. The unique biometry that we have developed today is regarding e-border gates that facilitate border control. But for us, it's not just a one step. The future for us is going all the way from a seamless experience, from booking to boarding, from disembarking to exiting the airport. How we do that, the way we see it, is that first we need to build trust in the system that we will be providing to passengers, in the technology, in the biometry technology, meaning that how that technology will be responsibly using passenger data, biometry data. Okay, so this is the first pillar. I mentioned about the seamless experience from booking to boarding. And if I ask the audience what is in their pocket, most of us have smartphone and tablets.
Yeah.
And the key for us would be in the near future, where we are all used to use our fingerprint, facial recognition to open our phone, as easy as it is today, to do the same when we experience the journey of the airport. What I mean by that is making sure that the enrollment is seamless. Enrollment meaning getting your ID information, facial recognition through your phone, and your travel information, all at a single point with your phone, integrated into airlines, airport, and governmental authorities. Okay, and the third pillar for us is what we call interoperability. What I mean by that is to make sure that IT integration goes from airline, airports, and authorities. When a passenger flies out of Paris and have enrolled into a biometric system in Paris, when they fly to Dubai, to make sure that they have the same experience when they arrive here in Dubai.
But do you concede that Charles de Gaulle is behind the curve in terms of where it needs to be?
So I won't say that on stage.
You know, I travel a lot, so you can't fool me. I've been to Paris twice this year, so...
So I won't say that we are behind. We are, in terms of border control, we are at par of our partners. The thing is we have to adapt to, I would say, the regulation that we have in Europe that is potentially stricter than other places in the world.
Listen, I have a European Union passport. If I didn't, I would be in big trouble if I was in those queues, right, in any European city. I think it's really important to also, you know, talk about some of the incredible, I mean, look, I travel around Africa a lot and I've experienced many airports, but when I moved to this region, I was just really taken aback about how, you know, how incredibly efficient everything was. Ayman, you know, Riyadh has been one of the most fascinating experiences. In fact, I just came back on Sunday. I was in Riyadh. And when I arrived, I had an issue with my visa. It was single entry. It's a long story. But there was this piece of infrastructure, piece of technology. It was just kind of this really cool box. It almost looked like a vending machine. I put in my details, and I literally got a tourist visa. And that's how easy it was to actually cross the border in Riyadh, which is really a testament of what can be done in terms of efficiency. Tell me how Riyadh Airport has evolved from a digital and technological perspective to make it easier.
Home to the home, passing through all that journey to be part of the enjoyable and entertainment to the passenger, to be one of the great passenger experience ever in his trip, you know that. So I believe that we're doing good job today, but it's not the best that we are looking for in terms of full automated passenger journey, coming from reservation, obtaining all the e-documents, coming to the airport with self-drop technology, with iValidate, with e-pass. So whenever you come to the country legally and your information is done, so when you want to go just out from Saudi Arabia, whether for multiple visa or you know, to return back even for a tourist or tourism. So what you want is just to show your face. So there are a biometric, either your facial recognition or your fingerprint. So one of them that will recognize you, you pass your passport and you move forward. We have only the security scanning that does have human intervention. The rest is easy and simple. The same thing in the arrival. There are the e-visa corner that does have like 20 machine. That's for at least today we can confirm that we have more than 50 up to 60 countries that they can obtain the visa instantly. They don't need to submit it. They just can come and have that visa. And we have a lot of facilitation for the passenger to ensure that those technology are serving the traffic and ensuring seamless passenger journeys. But we are not there yet. If you're asking me, no, the dream is big and we're still aiming better.
I just want to say, because I felt like I picked on Nicolas a little bit in terms of the experience in Paris, but Ayman, I have to say it wasn't that easy. I think 2 years ago, I cannot tell you how many times I had to physically go into a VFS to give my biometrics for Saudi, and that has changed. So you've already improved looking forward to how much more can be done for efficiency. Amar, great to have you with us.
Yes, I think that when it comes to the biometric, it's the way forward, because this will allow us to go for the seamless journey. But why we're having this challenge is because of two things. One, we don't have a trusted central identity, for all the passengers where they can, feed all the data. Second, the collaboration between all the stakeholders. So in Dubai Airport, for example, we have the BioHub. It's owned by GDRFA. And they're doing great work because they are capturing all the data for all the travelers. So from this perspective, I think we are in a good shape. We have good data, amount of data. I think even they have very ambitious plan, GDRFA, to expand further with the data and the information about the passenger traveling through Dubai Airport. And then we come to the collaboration, You have to have the readiness from all the stakeholders, because there are touch points with during the biometric. Either you will have it during the check-in, pre-check-in at home, security, name it, all the way duty-free to the gates. All those require to have this type of interfaces to have it seamless.
But you need back-end technology that will support all of this.
Definitely.
Correct.
And
the most important thing.
Yes. So I think the technology will sit in the top of it, because once you have the data, once you have the collaboration from the stakeholders, then it comes the technology. We can pave this to have it as a seamless journey. But we can say, in Dubai Airport, I think we're moving in forward, the good step. Soon, I think we will start seeing some trials happening for what we call it, the seamless journey.
Well, you're the right person to ask, and I think a lot of people want to know, how safe is my data, Omar?
Sorry?
How safe is my data?
See, again, the GDRFA, they are the entity where they, represent all the immigration information related to the visitor, to the passengers. So they've taken this on their custody, So, people applying for visa, definitely they might have this, thought how my data is safe. Again, this is something, because we don't have standard. As I mentioned in the beginning, we don't have industrial-wide standard for the biometric.
You know why I ask this? Because I've actually tested the facial recognition. I sometimes go with a mom bun and I look terrible. It still recognizes me. Other times I go looking really good. It always recognizes me. So, really good job on that.
I think to answer your question about how safe your data is, everything is hosted within UAE. We don't really host anything on a cloud. So it is pretty safe from that point of view. And one way or another, we are all profiled. If you are on social media, believe you me, you are profiled. They know everything about you. Your data within say UAE, within the system we have here, you are hosted within, and there are a lot of firewalls. So I think it is as safe as can be.
Really fascinating. And I actually saw Eamon smiling when I asked the question on data. Yeah. Did you want to weigh in?
Yeah. I like the question when you ask about what about my private data, okay?
Yeah.
And the privacy and the security, and those concerns are continuing being an obstacle for any innovation. So no matter, when you do the best compliance, you cannot go to the best innovative solution. So there should be thing in between, that we need to do the best up to what is in our capability in order to ensure securing the data, securing people privacy, but in the same time, we cannot make that an obstacle for an innovative solution and facilitation. So there should be kind of a balance. And the same thing, I think, it's not just an airport job. It's more than an airport. It's an airport, an airline, a system. We're exchanging the passenger information, okay, between airports. So no one is traveling from destination A to B, while B is not does not know who's coming. They know exactly who's coming, and this is known. This is common practice in the market, and this is the common practice in aviation. So the point, we can add more, which is the biometric, the face, the thing that we need to facilitate his journey. So those information have been exchanged by all means. So all what we need is to secure that platform and to add some biometrics. So with that exercise, that's gonna require an investment in the infrastructure, in the system, trust, bilaterals, it's required a lot of things, regulation, investment, systems, but by the end of the day, we will have a seamless journey from airport A to airport B if they have that agreement through that airline C, for example.
I think that most people are willing to give up their data if the experience is going to be easier. I mean, especially for frequent flyers, Nicola, but yes, did you want to?
The people are volunteering their private data today in the social media.
I know I am.
Yeah, they're giving their top confidential secret that they use not to tell it to their brothers.
That's another conversation for another panel. But yes, Nicola, do you feel that the regulatory environment is a hindrance to digital transformation in airports, not only at Charles de Gaulle, but perhaps across European cities?
So, as I said, in Europe, I would say a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, as I said, GDPR rules are imposed on us, and we need to make sure that technology can comply with that regulation. I agree with your statement. It's a mix between going as much as we can to comply with the regulation and have a bit of freedom to develop and to deploy innovative technologies. One thing that I'd like to mention about managing data and building trust, as I was mentioning, is I think in biometric technology, we need to allow passengers to consent and to opt in and out in data sharing, in biometry data sharing, whenever they want and when they need it most, if you see what I mean. When I'm at the airport, and only when I'm at the airport, I'd like to share my data, my biometry data, as soon as I leave the airport, my biometry data are not stored anymore or shared anymore, it's stopped there. This is, I think, it's very important to build trust, at least in our point of view.
It's like deactivating and activating your Facebook accounts, depending on...
Exactly.
Yeah, every time you go.
But a bit in an easier way than doing in Facebook or Google, where you have to fight a little bit.
Your Excellency, I want to talk about very exciting new airports, which of course has actually been operational for quite some time, with focuses on cargo and other, smaller routes and so forth, DWC.
Yeah.
Tell us about that and how, I'm assuming it's going to be one of the most advanced airports and how
hopefully.
you're,
Yeah.
hopefully?
Yeah, hopefully. Inshallah, the plan is to have an airport, big airport, one of the largest airports in the world. The challenge will be is how to make it intuitive, how to have people moving through it, using a lot of technology, riding on AIs, riding on everything that we know now. We are going to call it like borderless airport, and that's the way to go. It's going to be beautiful, it's going to be big, there is a lot of shopping in there, but at the same time, the most important thing is the passenger experience. And that's why we really think it is very essential. It is not a choice, it is really a must to ride in technology and actually move forward. Other things will be really difficult and very costly for airport operator. You don't have enough security as bodies, as people. You don't have enough customs people. You don't have enough immigration people to deal with all of that. It has to be intuitive, and that's the way it has to go. We have to ride the technology, otherwise we cannot really grow big. And with the number we are talking about, it's a must.
So is that going to replace DXB?
Okay.
Is that going to replace DXB?
That's the idea, and
That's the
actually
idea?
all of us will move there, for sure. That's the idea so far. What the government would like to do with the DXB is something that they might tell us in the future. But for now, the plan is for all of us to move to DXB, to Bay World Central.
And what's the timeline?
10 years.
10 years.
Yeah, but that's the operational 10 years. Probably we'll finish before that, but we need to do a lot of work into operating the system and breathing a soul into the building itself. So that one will take a while to do. So probably within the 10 years it's going to be operational.
Amar, I want to talk about what new technologies are currently in the works specifically to make the airport experience easier. And when I think about my experience, what gives me friction in my life, what's irritating, is that I have all these apps. I've got to do, the check-in, then I've got to worry about the security check, I've got to weigh my bag. Can we do away with weighing bags, please? Because it prohibits me from carrying all the things I need. It's got to do with the security checkpoints. I mean, those are the points of friction. So tell me about the new technologies we can be looking forward to as passengers.
See, there are technologies which is like the front end for the passengers to use. Like we just lately introduced the pocket flight. And this pocket flight is the QR code once you come to the airport. Even when you are on the taxi, we have deployed now all the taxis coming to the airport. You just need to scan, and then you will get all your flight details, which will make you a little bit comfort to know, on the certain queue inside, how long will take you through the security, how long will take you once you get, so more data to at least, give the confidence to the passenger that, without rushing, sometimes. So this is something which is the front end. But the back end, we're using a lot of the, cutting edge technologies like predictive tools, to allow us to, for example, if you have disrupted weather and you will have 380 coming on the same time, as the earlier plan, you might have maybe 5 or 6 personnel in security or on the immigration. But what we have now, predictive tool, every 15 minutes will refresh. We'll take the feed from around 50 different systems, some related to the airline, some airports, so then reshuffle, and they will say, okay, now since 380 coming, then you will have more number of personnel to serve the passenger. So these things, definitely will make the life easier, make better experience for the passenger when they go through Dubai Airport.
You remind me of the flooding that we experienced earlier this year in Dubai. It was absolutely disastrous, and it, of course, caught Dubai by surprise in many ways. And we know what happened at DXB, and frankly, just the disaster that ensued. Were there lessons that were learned from that in terms of how to create efficiencies in an environment where you can't predict an existential threat like that?
Definitely, what we've been through, it's like a lesson learned for everybody. It's not only for the airport, for the whole city. So I think if, for the people staying in Dubai, they can see now it's like restless people working all around, before the start of the new season. This is from the infrastructure Dubai side. But when it comes also from the airport side, definitely we came with a certain lesson there where we, I'm sure now with such disturbance will be in a very much better position to handle,
Your Excellency, I see you nodding. That was not a good period.
No, it was not a good period. I think the problem then was it's difficult to have an airport that you cannot go to or go away from, and it stems from there. And I think it is a Dubai City issue more than it is an airport issue. But I think they have done a lot of things, and there were a lot of lessons learned. And we've seen a lot of development just on that side of it happening now. One of them is actually in our area in Jabal Ali. You have this deep tunnel, which supposedly is working now and operating very well. And there were a lot of development and a lot of effort from Dubai municipality really to mitigate any problem that we had in the past regarding the rain.
And that's a really good point. It was impossible to get in and out of the airport.
Yeah,
to
that's
leave.
the problem.
That was the problem, right? It's that route. Eamon, I see you nodding quite a bit on some of the things we were talking about, specifically on these emerging technologies that is going to change the way that we experience an airport.
So I'm going to try to be just, focused, because there are a lot, but let's take them one by one. First of all, I think the AI play a major role today in the passenger experience in general, for managing the passenger, managing the crowd, setting the expectation, reading the anticipation. So it could be an amazing solution that help the passenger to enjoy the ride and help the security. I'm going to come to this point. The other one is the Internet of Things. So Internet of Things will help me for a robotic, BRM's technology that could help people without interference from a ground handler or a service provider to push that wheel from a distance to another distance. So it's going to be fully automated technology, taking the passenger from the people with disability to his gate by just automated system by his biometric. That's an example for the AOT, John, that there are a lot of things related to the AOT, and there are several services could be done. Third one, it's the ACDM, the Airport Collaborative Decision-Making Solution, coming from Terminal Operations Center, then Airport Operations Center, coming to the ACDM, which is that collaborative tool that help to manage everything from the aerospace to the airdrome to the to the land side, to the air side, to the terminal, reading all that data, reading all the information, doing that right analysis and setting the solution, anticipating if there are a phenomena, if there are a weather, if there are a challenge, if there are new things that coming by, tailwind, front wind, gonna bring all the aircraft in the same time, while that out of the slot, it's not according to the schedule. So that system will help to build a decision collaboratively with all stakeholders to be ready to manage that situation and to deal with it and to ensure that they mitigate all the implication. Last not least, it's the new technology related to security technology. So the security technology become nowadays is a concern, We're just, growing that concern from time to time because of the incident, of the accident happening around the world. So the direction today is to have that smart technology, the AI, to read the behavioral. So there will be a behavioral detection. He's a suspect. He's scaring. He's worried. He's not a normal person. She's traveling a lot. We know her. So that's so that's the AI that we're looking for. So that's one of the services within that security technology. The devices itself, it's going to have the CE scanning bath that you don't need nowadays. I think when you come to Riyadh, you don't need to get out of all your luggage, the liquids, the laptops. You don't need to do that. All what you need is to put your baggage and it's scanned, and that's it. So eventually, you don't need to put it in a machine. You just walk with it in that corridor, and it will be scanned with a 3-dimension, with the density, the viscosity, the radiation itself. It will give the material inside. What is it? And this is coming now in the security scanning. So there are a lot of technology are coming, and it's in the way, and it's have been practiced not in the airport and somewhere else, but it's easy to be integrated in the airport after the regulation and the investment and collaborative stakeholder agreement.
That's very exciting. I mean, you also reminded me of something that happened to me in the United States. And you said, you all know me because I travel a lot. And yes, the airports are speaking to each other. I was profiled when I went to the US because I'd been traveling around Africa a lot. And they put on that code on your boarding pass. I think it's SSS. And I was like, I haven't seen this before. Little did I know I was going to be pulled aside and asked a million questions. But the point is, security is paramount. And in this environment with ongoing geopolitical issues and threats, security is going to be important. So Nicola, question to you. With all these technological advancements, is it going to make things safer and easier, or is it going to create friction for people like me who do travel to maybe what could be perceived as questionable countries to some?
Yeah. So can I go back to one question?
Yes, please.
Because you were asking what is our focus in terms of technology development, if I may. And beyond what has been said, there's one thing that we are working on at Paris Airport is personalization. We are used to do shopping online using Amazon, Alibaba, and etc. We all know that airport is also a place where we deliver services, we deliver unique shopping experience, and we have built, I would say, a technology infrastructure that, in a way, know our passenger better than it was in the past. We have at Paris Airport 2 million passengers registered in our CRM, and we know their shopping experience. We know what they like in terms of food, in terms of wine, in terms of bags, and so on. when they use our system and they say they go to Paris, to Dubai, we know that in the past they were basically shopping that beautiful bottle of champagne. When they arrive at the airport, through our app, they get a push saying, if you go to that specific store, there will be a personal shopper for you to basically show you the latest brand, latest, I would say, bags, wines, foods that we have in-house, because we know you better and we'd like to serve you better. So this is where we invest in technology. Okay? So coming back to security, we had that chit-chat just before the meeting. Again, I fully agree with you. Technology will ease the process along the way. We are deploying that security scanner that allows passengers to avoid having to remove their liquid, which is common to other places in the world. Okay, you mentioned that.
Yeah, I think you guys are a bit behind, let's be honest. We haven't taken out liquids.
You want me to say that,
How long haven't we taken out liquids in the region from our bags? Eamon? I can't remember. I mean, I've never been asked to take out my liquids when I come in and out of Dubai.
No, you don't need. You don't need. When you come, when you pass through Riyadh.
So imagine my shock and horror
you don't need.
when I went to London and they were like, only small bag with your liquids in there, and I was like, where am I? This is like, living in the past.
Yeah.
So by 2026 in Paris, it will be the case, okay? And by 2030, all the security line will be equipped with those equipment.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that.
But you need to take into account this, it counts in the billions of euros, to equip all the security line just at CDG Airport.
But that's about technology, right? That's deployment of technology, and that's why you ask us to take it out right now. It brings me to another issue, which, of course, we've all seen the pages and the walkie-talkies blowing up. And this is important because I think many people had this aha moment where we said, all our devices, which are at arm's length, they're on us. We travel with them. Emirates has banned walkie-talkies and pages. And I'm also wondering, and Eamon, you kind of spoke to this as well, but if anyone could weigh in on this, how safe it is for us carrying out technological devices and whether it's opened up another realm of possibility of potential risk and whether we should be afraid or would technology be able to avert any potential risk down the line. Who would like to take that?
Not me.
Yeah, maybe, you cannot eliminate the risk completely, The risk will be there. And we've been as, the busiest airport in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, we always, through the airlines, through the messages, make sure, we prompt this to the passengers that they need to be worried, not allowed to carry a certain items on their baggage or luggage. However, as part of our security system, we are always alerted. And we always alerted to a certain destination, certain places where they are commonly, doing such activities, carrying battery, whatever. So I think this is something where we, can be taken care first by the airlines announcement, and then by the security process that we do usually through the baggage handling system, which is the, check.
This is another screening that's happening with your main baggage.
Yes.
The reason I find this important, because we didn't have restrictions on liquid in the same way we do now, after 9/11, for example. So actually, the geopolitical environment does change the security profile in an airport, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
That's the reality. Eamon.
So let me. I don't want to look like someone is trying to make it hard, but believe me, the challenge will be more in the future.
Yeah.
No matter what you increase in security, in maintaining people's safety, the other side are improving. Yeah. So it's a continuous battle against the failure, against the fear. So we need to have confidence, and we have to trust what we are building with the right people, having the right stakeholder, bringing the right technology, and we have to have faith, because no matter what you take precautions and you do whatever it takes, there are a window always. there are a probability of, O dot. Put as much as you like zeros, then there are 1. That one in a 1 billion is a probability. So nothing certain, nothing perfect except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what He made. That's a perfect.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's just you do whatever it takes, precautions, technology, security, bringing stakeholder, the airline, the airport, the passenger himself. The first defender, the first, security person, he's the passenger. If he's not keen about his safety and the others, we cannot protect them. We cannot protect everyone. So it's a responsibility in everyone. It's not only the authority or the airline or the airport. No, it's everyone's responsibility. So, in airports, most of the information that reach us about a suspect come from the passenger, just they are customers. But that shows how responsibility in everyone could maintain the safety and security we are looking for. But if you want to have 100% sure, there are nothing in this life. This is life, and life have challenges since they have been born. From the first step, we fall down, and we might lose our mind. You may fall down in your head, and you might die. Okay, but that's a probability. So my point is, risk is there, threat is there, but good stuff is there as well. So we need to maintain that, grow it up, and we should trust it, and we should have faith.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have to say that when you think about the potential risks, you also don't want this other risk to emerge. And as you say, it's in the realm of probabilities, but the technology and the infrastructure is going to help avert that. Your Excellency, I want you to jump in here and talk to me about what you deem as threats to this industry going forward. And I was thinking about, cyber attacks, for example, or even just a bad software upgrade that halts, airlines and airports from doing their business and their function. Because with technology also comes different types of risks.
Definitely. This is really not my line of expertise, but from what I know from the people we work with, hosting of all their data is actually done in the UAE. There is a lot of fireworks. Is the system 100% proof? There is nothing that's 100% proof. But I think there is enough on the cybersecurity from the government side and from our partner side that actually you will put your mind at rest in a way. They are not going to just use any upgrade to do anything. It has to go through a lot of steps to do it. As I said earlier, it's not really my line of expertise, but I think this is what you've said, just of paramount importance. It has to be really secure, really secured. Otherwise, the whole process would just come to a halt. That's one of the things.
Absolutely.
But it's not my line of expertise. But I'm sure there is enough thought into this one.
Absolutely. Nicola, did you want to jump in as well? Just to Nicola, do you want to talk about risks and threats? You're assessing this all the time. I mean, it's part of the ambit of what you guys do.
So we are not as big as Dubai Airport, or maybe the Dubai of the future, I would say. But we are managing risk on a day-to-day basis, whether it's operational risk, failure of a baggage handling system, and so on. I mean, it's part of the airport operator job to manage risk, but mainly to plan in advance for how to handle that risk. And we need to have the right people, the right technology, obviously, the right redundancy to manage that risk. And I think this is it has to be implemented in the core of our business. Risk management is what we do in order to provide the best experience to our passengers.
If you allow me, that's another part of the puzzle. Part of the challenge today that the aviation does have a lot of single point of failure, and that's true. There are a lot of single point of failure in the journey of the passenger. Part of it is the technology that provide the facilitation for the passenger journey. I don't want to mention names of a company or a technology, but we know it. So there are just, few providers for those technology, and it's manipulated a bit. It's just one or two. So the point today to ensure that we don't fail because of a system failure or technology collapse is to have the right backup, the local systems, as we did in Riyadh. I'm proud that what we have done in Saudi Arabia, when that failure happened around the world, and we see people that bringing that blackboard with a piece of chalk and they just write the information. Oh God, we're back to the, you know. So the point, nothing happened in Riyadh except the cancelled flight from the origin destination. There are just a minor delay up to 15 minutes.
Yeah,
and things.
Is that because Microsoft wasn't, you're not a client of Microsoft?
I said, I'm
Because
here
if
and I
you
did.
were-
I'm not going to mention technology, okay?
But anyone that was a client of Microsoft that was part of that software upgrade was hard hit.
What I'm saying, we have already built up an internal
Yeah.
local system to carry on behalf of that system. So we didn't depend on the cloud. We depend on a local system. That's what I'm saying. So we could build up local system that can take over that global system, at least to deliver the services in order to maintain passenger journey at that critical time. I'm not saying for permanent, but at least you have to have your right backup, contingency, risk scenarios, drilling. You know, just few days back, we do a full drill in Riyadh of a failure of an immigration system, for example. And we do it for the passenger information system. Full failure, what are you going to do? And it's a practical one, not top table, exercise. It was field exercise. So the point that doing that drill, having the backup system, activating the backup system, testing the backup system is the solution.
Omar.
Yeah, I just want to compliment what His Excellency Khalifa said about the, as a government of Dubai, and how this is being cascaded, the criticality of the cyber security and safety, of all the big areas within, what we call it, the airport is one of them. So we have this very close collaboration between us and, what we call it, the main cyber security entity within Dubai. So in Dubai, the airport, we invest a lot in the cyber security, okay? Because we believe this is part of the passenger safety, protect them, protect the data, and protect also the services at the airport. So this is something we don't compromise. We talk about now AI. AI, it's flooded everywhere into as a technology. But again, to implement something in the airport, it will go through a very due diligence, exercise before we approve it.
And rigorous process. I want to shift the conversation and I want to talk about the competitive environment and whether airports compete and whether you're willing to discuss this, because I find it really fascinating in the region when I speak to various executives. They have aspirations to be a hub, a transit hub, to be the best, to be the biggest. Let's be honest, no one can take on Dubai. I mean, the levels and numbers, the routes, it's truly phenomenal. So Your Excellency, let's talk about this competitive environment and whether DWC is going to make it even harder for any other players in the region to achieve what Dubai's been able to achieve.
I'll put it very simple.
Yes.
We are not striving to be the best. We are driven to be the best. We are, it's true. We have our government and our leaders who want us to go in that direction, but we also have a very good catalyst for this growth, and that is Emirates Airline. And Adil and team, they are pushing us always in a corner. And all what we're doing now, even with the new airport we are building, actually it will be a breathing space for them to grow in vacuum, to grow without all the stresses and pressures that we have in this airport. So actually we are doing all of this one here is just to make a space and to have the area and the environment for Emirates Airline and for Fly Dubai really to grow. So they are the catalyst for all our business. We are trying just to make their dream and their growth possible by just growing bigger. Dubai International Airport, I think it is, like breaking at the seams. It can't really take as much as for a long time. Always working under a lot of stressful situation. Things would break up between time and then because of that. And that's why we are going to Al Maktoum International Airport for the first time to give Emirates Airline and Fly Dubai to grow without all the restriction, try to grow in vacuum. That's it.
Because Dubai International is reaching maximum capacity of 100 million passengers.
In a way. Even the way it is now, I mean, and Umar can tell you more probably, is that we are always working under an edge of a knife and with all our systems and what have you. And this airport being really, really used very well, I would say. But beyond that one, you have to go somewhere else. And I think that place will be, Al Maktoum International Airport.
Fantastic. Okay, we've got a few minutes left, and I want to have a little bit of fun as we close it up. I'm wondering if my panelists are courageous enough to tell me about the worst airports they've ever been to and why. And how... Do you guys want to know that? Shirley? Omar, do I start with you? Okay, if you don't want to name a name, you can tell me why it was the worst experience, and maybe you can say the continent and not the country.
See, in Dubai, we live in like a community. When you go through all the touch points, they represent an airport.
Yeah.
I've seen certain airports, they just think, in a certain touch point, for example, if they decide not to serve, they will not serve you because maybe their time is, finished. And you don't see this in Dubai. I think this is something where I always, when I travel across certain, it keeps me wondering, and this is what makes things, we represent here one community. We call it one DXP.
Yeah.
So I think going through other airports, seeing this, it makes me frustrated.
You want to just go home?
No, I don't.
Yeah? Amen.
Coming from our airport and what we have done so far, because I share with my colleague what he's doing. We're doing a lot in our airport. We're doing patrolling on a daily basis, checking where we can improve on a daily basis, and harming everyone around us from our team, giving them the right heat to ensure that they are just spinning in one finger like a ballerinas. So doing that and coming for an airport that you thought that's an idol that you want to look like is killing you sometime, and that's what's happening with me because I've been in an experience. The one comment that I could said there are no excuse is just smile. Does not cost anything.
Just a smile.
Just smile.
Don't be so aggressive. I agree.
Yeah, just a smile. When you just face us, smile and say no, but smile. You shouldn't show me that ugly, angry face telling me you're guilty. I'm not guilty. I do nothing. So I came early, so just tell me wait. Or I came late, say, okay, you missed your flight. Just a smile. It's fine. That's the only point that I hate because there are no excuses.
Very good point. Nicola.
It's a good question. We have been all traveling all around the world, and as a builder and operators of airport, it's a day-to-day challenge. Yes, I've seen some airports that are, I would say, where experience were not good, I would say. But in fact, we are doing our best with the means that we have on a day-to-day basis to deliver the best service to our passenger. Paris is the city of love. We love what we do. We love the passenger that we welcome in Paris. And we are basically learning from our competitors, Dubai being one of them.
Okay, what's the best airport you've been to, Nicola?
I would say Dubai.
Okay, great. Your Excellency.
I don't have any bad experience with any airport. I think if there is any bad experience is because in some areas there are design issues, in some areas there is an undercapacity issues. But I think with time people learn. And I think with time, if you look at the oil aviation industry, it's really going up. You know, so we don't look at the worst situation. We look at a potential of where these people would go in terms of growth and in terms of learning from their mistake, and actually by looking at the competition. So there is nothing like
There's
about
nothing.
the
Okay,
airport,
very
yeah.
diplomatic answer. But I have to say, I love your answer because you're looking and observing and you're seeing what works and what doesn't to ensure that we never make that same mistake.
Right.
That's the thing. If I could add in, do you want to hear my worst experience? You know, and every year, you know, airports change. I think a few years ago I would have said Lagos, but it's improved. I just want to check, is there anyone from the US government here? No? Okay, great. I can be honest. JFK. I was in New York this year. I waited 3 hours just to get through passport control, you know, and there's so much improvement that can be done. And sometimes you actually get shocked by the biggest economies are not always the best experiences. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank my fantastic guests
Thank you, Mark.
for your insights, for sharing your thoughts with us, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And here's to a more seamless experience in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our panel. Thank you, Eleni. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel will start in around 8 minutes. So if you do want to get refreshments, you can, but we will see you back here very, very shortly. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask you to please make your way towards the auditorium? Take your seat as we are about to begin our final panel discussion of the day. It's a fantastic one. We'll be talking about the future of cabin features and onboard communication. So please make your way into the auditorium, take your seats. We'll begin in 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the next panel. Please make your way into the auditorium. Take your seat as we're about to begin. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our final panel discussion of the day. It is the future of cabin features and onboard communications. With that, please welcome our first panelist, the Chief Executive Officer of Recaro, Dr. Mark Hiller. Chief Executive Officer for In-Flight Experience at Thales, Niels Steenstrup. We have the Chief Executive Officer of Panasonic Avionics, Ken Sane. Executive Vice President for Engineering of Safran Cabin, Tony Vaughan. An extra panel member today, it's a big one, Senior Director of Commercial Aviation at Viasat, Brian Simone. And your moderator for this panel is Emirates Senior Vice President of In-Flight Entertainment and Connectivity, Patrick Brannerley. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder for those who aren't in the auditorium, please do keep the noise to a minimum out of respect for the panelists. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Welcome this afternoon, and thank you for being here. We've heard today about the growth in our industry, especially in this region. We've heard about the growth in airports and the new technologies that will see us into the future. Phenomenal future that we are looking at as a region, but also worldwide. We've seen the technology, the deployment of AI in much of what we do that is going to help our customer experience and efficiency and operation performance. So as we come through the airport, now we walk into the cabin where the fun starts. You know, before I introduce our guests, I will just mention something. When I joined the industry, and I joined Emirates over 30 years ago, I saw a speech then from an airline that was complaining about the economy class seat and how it hadn't really changed in 50 years. And they were right. But much has changed since then. You've seen, and I've seen with Emirates, I've been very lucky to work with Emirates, the introduction of suites in first class with doors on, stars on the ceiling, stars in the carpet, TV systems with thousands of movies, connectivity from mobile phones, and now almost an at-home experience in terms of entertainment and connectivity. Well, with us today, we have, I think, one of the most representative panels from our industry. 4 of the leading CEOs, and Brian, who will be a CEO very shortly, I think. And I will introduce them. I haven't heard anything, Brian. As we heard from Recaro, Dr. Mark Hiller. From Thales, Neil Steenstrup. From Panasonic Avionics, Ken Sain. From Safran, Tony Vaughan. And Brian Simone from Viasat, who connects you. So, welcome, and thank you very much for being here today. I think let's start with Safran. When you look back in time, the last 10 or 20 years, what have been the kind of the biggest innovations that you've seen in our industry?
So I would say if we rewound the tape back to the early days post 9/11, the introduction of the ballistic resistant cockpit door system was probably the most innovative new product launch that we were responsible for. In a very short period of time, we ended up working with the FAA and EASA to bring together the technical requirements, but then also the deployment plan to put that protection into all the aircraft that were out flying.
And Mark, Dr. Mark, what have you seen that has shocked you in the last 10 or 15 years?
What I've seen, most innovation?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say more generic about seats in general. What we can see in the industry, first of all, many regulations have kicked in. With that, we were even able as an industry to reduce the weight and give more space to the passenger. So which means made it safer, more spacious, and even more lightweight, which helps for sustainability. I would say this was one of the major innovations.
Niels at Thales, your company is a very large company in many, many industries. When you're trying to drive innovation in your company, that's a very difficult thing to do. Everybody talks about it, but it's actually quite tough to deliver on that. What is the secret to delivering innovation?
Well, I think the biggest secret to innovation is to have extremely demanding, extremely tough customers, but not only demanding and tough, they also need to be collaborative. So if you can work closely with your customer base, you can together create solutions that are new and unique and awe-inspiring, and that's what we aim to do as we create our experiences.
To expand on that a little bit more, it isn't just about throwing money at a problem, is it?
No, it's about putting together the brain trust of folks, whether it's folks from Emirates, folks from Thales, or folks from other industries and other places, adjacent industries that perhaps are close to what we do. For instance, at Thales, we work closely with Samsung also because they have some innovative technology in screens and displays, which will be on your new A350 shortly. And in developing those solutions and even understanding how, in your case as an airline, you want to serve your passengers and understanding that passenger base and then creating the solutions for them, making the experience more like what folks are used to having at home and what they expect on their personal devices when they're in flight.
And now, Ken, at Panasonic Avionics, when you look now to the next 3 to 5 years, what do you think will be the biggest innovations that are coming down that our passengers will enjoy?
I actually think a little bit beyond there. When you think about the passengers that are flying today, they're largely Gen X and millennials. But the reality is, if you look forward, and maybe I'll go a little bit further than just a few years, but to the next decade, The passengers that are going to be flying are millennials as well as Gen Z. And each of these generations have a very different relationship with technology. And I think that relationship can provide some insights into the types of things that airlines will need to bring to market in order to appeal to those passengers. For instance, the millennials, they're very tech savvy. They grew up with the internet, with social media, Facebook, Twitter. They tend to like experiences, which is really good for an airline, particularly for premium experiences. And then you look at Gen Z or Zoomers. This generation is considered the digital natives. And the reason is because they literally grew up with smartphones. They've never had a time, they haven't been alive when smartphones haven't been around. Think about that. Screens everywhere, always connected. And so Gen Z, they like first-person immersive experiences, and they also value their uniqueness. So when you think about some of the innovations that I think the airlines will be bringing to market, and we hope to support that along with others here on this panel, I would expect more multi-screen experiences. So if you think about today's living room where a family is watching a TV show or a movie, typically they'll also have their pets, their phones, and they'll be looking on the internet, looking up things, and really digitally multitasking. So I'd expect to see that. The second would be always connected, preferably low latency connectivity. And then the third trend that we expect to see is a more immersive and personalized experience, where in many airlines, when you get on board an airplane and you sit in your seat, the digital experience that's presented to each passenger is exactly the same. There's no personalization. We know that some leading airlines, like Emirates, is driving a new personalized experience where you sit in your seat and you log into your seat for the types of content that drives high satisfaction rates for different passengers. And it's really an opportunity to digitally segment the entire cabin. And I think this is going to be a great opportunity for the airlines going forward to sort of expand their brand from the hard product and the soft product to the onboard digital experience.
Thank you again. You touched on connectivity, and I'll come to that in a minute. Tony, when you at Safran are into seats, galleys, almost everything in the cabin, what do you think the cabin of 20 years from now will look like, and what will be the major changes that will come?
Yeah, I think in a lot of respects there's some similarities there with the whole idea of having a connected ecosystem. I think in a lot of cases, there can be underlying technology that's available, but what really makes it special is when you have a great customer that you can collaborate with, like Emirates. So for instance, as we take a look at the cabin of the future, there's going to be connectivity, with the in-flight entertainment. There's also going to be connectivity, for instance, between the galley systems and the electrical equipment that goes in that. And as we take a look at the, sort of our connectivity ambitions in the future, I would say that they're largely driven by this insight that is uniquely available between a customer who's got the curiosity, a partner who's got the enabling technology, and then a collaborative ecosystem where you can basically sit down and sort of map out what are the unmet needs that really drive customer satisfaction. In some cases, it's the airline's brand and their standard. And we really think that the enablement of that connectivity will help drive a shift from more of an operational expense-based, more of a capital expense-based operation as it is today, into more of an OpEx-based event where you're really looking at things where you pay for power by the hour, you pay for demand when you want it, but you're not paying for it when it's there. And as we look at the cabin, one of the areas that's very unique about these products is it's the only part of the airplane where you have both the crew and the passengers coming into contact with everything. right? So in many cases, the way that, for instance, the galleys look on the new A350s for Emirates is an extension of that brand standard. And the ability to start to give guarantees around uptime relative to equipment and performance and kind of that insight around how things behave, to me, that's going to become the kind of the gold standard as we move forward into the next 10 and 15, 20 years.
Brian, connectivity. It's a thing that many airlines have spent hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, on over the years, but it hasn't really hit the spot in terms of meeting customer demand. And I know it's tough. It's a miracle that people are connected at all, knowing what I know. And is it possible to keep up with the growing demand? And what will the future feel like for those of us that like to be on our Instagram reels over the Atlantic?
It's interesting. It is very hard getting aircraft connected as they fly at over 500 miles an hour, full of people in a very dense area, right? We heard earlier today that I think there's 1,700 and some odd wide bodies in the region, and that's going to double. And so when you think about how we're going to bring that amount of capacity to a single area and be able to service everyone, not just at the average level, but at the peak levels. Let's make sure we're giving enough capacity to everyone to be able to satisfy all those needs. When we heard from our panelists, we all have aspirations for connecting other systems and other parts of the aircraft to be able to not just have passenger demands, but IFE demands and seat demands and cabin demands. And so all that creates additional load on the various networks. So continuing to launch satellites, Viasat's launching a bunch of satellites that have very high capacity. That helps with satisfying this demand. But where do we go from here? Looking ahead, simultaneous operation is going to be very important. We have a combination of GEO satellites and NGSO satellites. Being able to deliver service from both of those networks on the same aircraft at the same time supports using density on GEOs, for example, which could provide streaming or offload of data or upload to IFE, all of those kinds of things that aren't latency sensitive. And then if you couple that with an NGSO constellation, that then can provide some user experience improvements, which then helps to deliver service to those who want a lower latency kind of application. So I think long term, the technology evolves and we're finally there with the constellations plus the terminal capabilities to be able to deliver on these promises at a commercially viable solution. So that combination of things ends up with a passenger and system experience, which is very good for everyone.
And of course, everybody wants it for free.
The passengers will get it included.
But you'll be charging the airlines more and more. Okay, but when you talk about future demand, how can an airline really model that? How can you really model that? I see on Emirates, as iOS 18 has rolled out, that we're seeing about 30 to 40% more data consumption per device than iOS 17. You know, how can we roll that forward in the future and see what the demand really is?
Well, you watch even things like the cellular market. When you watch the mobile device trend and what's been happening, it's exponentially growing year over year. That trend is happening on board the aircraft. And so we're going to continue to see that same level of growth. When you look at streaming applications, no matter which website you go to now, everything has some sort of video content. It's no longer just text-based news. I can't even go to YouTube and find out how to do something without having to watch a video. And so now we're going to see that over and over. So we're modeling for those things in the future and projecting the satellite capacity to be able to do that. So you think about how do we do that? The technology for different constellations supports that capacity growth. When you have some technology limitations, some regulatory limitations for being able to put a certain amount of power down in the same area, you need to be able to support different types of technology within the same place. So I think it's a combination of technologies which allows the growth to support the demand profile that we're going to see over time.
Okay, let's head back to the seats. Mark, is there anything technology can do to make the seat cushion more comfortable?
For sure, first of all, there are many technologies available, many options. And maybe one special thing about the seat, which makes it always so, I would say, exciting, that everybody carries his own measurement with them. So everybody has got an opinion about the seat. And when we always talk about digitalization, the seat will be always a hardware. And when we talk about innovation, when we go into innovation, we do a lot of digital work, virtual work, but nevertheless, in the end, you need to have a mock-up seat where you can review together with the airlines, with the passengers about the new features. And when you're talking about a cushion, for example, I think there's a lot of innovation, not just to make the cushion thicker, to use less cushion, use a netting, and make it even more comfortable, make it also more lightweight and more space efficient. So there are technologies out there. Nevertheless, there's also the certification, which we need to comply with. And this is right now definitely a challenge, really not just to have, I would say, inventions, to really make it to an innovation, to pass certification and deliver it to the market.
Let's talk a little bit about artificial intelligence and the role that it has to play in cabin evolution and connectivity. Niels, can you maybe talk to that and what Thales are doing?
Sure. Let me first kind of put it in context. I'll start and end with saying we don't yet know where artificial intelligence is going to take us, and it's going to take us a lot of different places. You know, at Thales, we're an 80,000 person aerospace and defense company. So my business, IFE, is just a small part of a very large company. We're 36,000 engineers. We have 600 people who are dedicated to working on AI. And I'm going to give you an example which sort of touches the passenger experience and then talk about how it gets into the cabin. So at Thales, one of the other things we do in this space is we provide the solutions that manage 60% of all the airspace in the world, so air traffic management. We also provide 2/3 of the avionics systems on all aircraft. So take that knowledge we have around airspace management, avionics, combined with AI, and we're using that and we're working with the GCAA here in the UAE to develop solutions that will eliminate air traffic delays. Now, speaking of passenger experience and passenger happiness, on-time flights is certainly a big factor. Now let's take it into the cabin for a minute. Where will artificial intelligence go in the cabin? Where will we first see it appear? Well, on the new Avant Up solutions that will be delivered for you very soon, if we look at the search and the recommendation engines that appear there, and how when you put in a search for a particular actor, Costner, you click and instantly get a list of all the movies that Kevin Costner appeared in. Right? Very simple, very fast, and having that sort of, and then having recommendations of related movies that might be relevant if that's what you like. Translation services, having that happen instantly with AI. And also having in-flight connectivity and in-flight entertainment that is there for everybody. So accessibility. AI can help with accessibility and make it very easy for folks who maybe not be able to interact with the system in the traditional ways to be able to leverage it. So that's some of the ways AI will come in the cabin, but we also see it in the much larger space outside the aircraft. Predictive maintenance could be another one that would help you run the operation efficiently.
Will there really be enough processing power to run AI on the plane, or does it all have to happen on the ground?
Well, I just happened to hear this morning that Google is going to be, in terms of the power required, they're going to be building nuclear power plants to power their cloud-based services to power AI. I think this is another place where connectivity comes in to being very important, that your in-flight entertainment is connectivity enabled, because certainly there will be lots of power on the plane, and the servers on the plane are very powerful, but having it be edge computing, cloud-based, and connected. And that's where from the connectivity perspective, having an abundance of throughput at very low cost is just a great complement to in-flight entertainment. The two tie together very well, because then you can leverage your AI, whether it's on board or off board, in how you use it.
Ken, in-flight entertainment and connectivity, is it possible to do one without the other anymore?
I don't
or
think
are those
so.
days gone?
I think those days are gone. The expectations from passengers going forward, a more personalized experience absolutely requires connectivity. And maybe just to tie in a little bit about processing power on board aircraft, because I know that's been a challenge. I view the future, hardware is important, but software is going to play the leading role in order to create these more immersive, personalized experiences. And when I look at software, I'll use Android as an example. Our systems, the base operating system is Android. Android was released 15 years ago. Every year, new features, functionality, and security elements are added to Android. So what once started at a code line of 3 million lines of code, the latest version of Android is 23 million lines of code. Now let's just put this in perspective. 787 flight deck has approximately 6.5 million lines of code. So when you think about it, the code base running these new personalized experiences that will leverage AI capabilities is very large. The software packages of the future are going to be bigger and bigger, more sophisticated to deliver those unique digital experiences. And one of the things that I think our industry can do better, us included, is taking a more aircraft lifecycle view of our systems. Because I think today, we introduce new systems and then integrate those systems. But we need to have systems that are upgradable, and that are upgradable with the processor, so that we can do these more advanced solutions. And we're just starting to see modular, upgradable compute on board the airplane, but it's more the exception today than it is the rule, but a huge opportunity.
Tony, as Safran, we heard earlier that today there's about 1,900 wide bodies in this region, and within 20 years there's going to be nearer to 4,000 wide body aircraft. By simple maths, I believe that's about 1.6 million seats. Is your industry ready to make that many seats in 20 years to supply this region's growth ambitions? Yes or no? What is going to be the big challenge that you're facing?
Yeah, I think I'll just speak for our business. I mean, supply chain is quickly becoming one of the most critical, sought after skill sets. Beyond engineering, it's the ability to, have confidence in the enablement of parts and the ability to ship on time and have high quality. And I would just say this, the growing pains that Airbus is experiencing, the growing pains that Boeing's experiencing, they're no different than the ones we are. And so I would just say that typically speaking, where we see some of our best customers, they have a high degree of confidence in their forecasting relative to the product they want to secure from us. And the better that those orders are forecasted and put into us, and the longer we've got to basically get our supply chain actions put together, our delivery performance and quality performance is typically very, very high. When we see, I'm going to say, a lot more unplanned demand, things become more volatile. So I would just say that as the market grows, like we heard this morning, it's going to be really about the collaboration that needs to exist between the airlines and the companies represented on the panel here to have confidence in those numbers. And I think if the confidence exists, then we can, do our part to deliver.
And how will you address innovation at a time of such immense growth? because one falls by the wayside just for the pressures of delivery. How will you address that?
Yeah, well, in my opinion, great innovation happens when you have two things. One is a technology that's basically underlying and has some novelty to it, and then the second piece is you have to have a great customer. And when you put those two things together, I think what you discover is that there are things that are not happening today that, given a new way of looking at a problem statement or a new technology that enables something to happen differently, you can move faster to these outcomes. And to me, commercialization within the connectivity space, you got to do one of two things. Either you need to be able to open up a market that didn't exist before to be able to grow share and have some value, or you have to be able to take cost out. And I really think that by collaborating with your best customers, they're going to show you where those pain points are. They're going to tell you where the opportunities exist, and that's where you focus your innovation. I think in the topics that are broadly interesting but commercially irrelevant, it'll be interesting, but no one's really going to care. It's going to be about how you can bring impact in one of those two dimensions to your customer.
Let's now talk about how do we improve sustainability? What has been done in the last 10 years to reduce emissions, make these, what have been the big achievements in the past 10 years, and what are you going to be able to do to help meet the goals of 2030 and 2050 to improve sustainability? Mark, I'm going to throw that to you at Recaro.
First of all, for sustainability, if we talk about the ecological part of it, we need to understand that 99% of the environmental impact comes more or less from the usage of the product, which means it's not the production of the seed, it's not the recycling of the seed, it's really during the usage phase, 99%. And what we can do there as a seed supplier, reduce the weight. This was also a major improvement over the last decade. And the second one is really utilizing the space available on the aircraft as good as possible. I think that's always remarkable. I want to share with you a couple of numbers which are always impressive for me. For an economy class seat, we have more round about half a square meter, maybe 0.6 square meter for the space in the meantime. For premium economy, maybe it's 1.1. And for a business class seat, it's 2 square meter, where you are more or less enabling working, sleeping, dining, and so on. I think that's a remarkable achievement over the last years, really to utilize the space due to the different cabin configurations as good as possible. And as said, the lightweight design, very important, and this will be also the way forward to further reduce the weight of the plane, but especially also of the cabin, because this is something which can be also tackled for existing aircraft with retrofit, really to take out old seats, installing more and even lighter new seats. Besides that, I also want to point out that sustainability, from my point of view, it's not just economical, it's also social. And it's not ecological only, it's economical and social. For the economical, I said already, it's important really to utilize the space as good as possible so that traveling can be afforded. For the social, there's also many aspects we need to tackle. It's about accessibility of the products. For sure, there's a lot about PRM, how to make seats available for passengers with reduced mobility. And I would say there's another trend, what we see going forward, is that the human beings are growing, but they are not growing anymore in length. They are growing in width. And this is something also from a sustainability point of view we need to tackle as a seat and a cabin supplier.
Niels, talk about what how Thales is improving sustainability, reducing weight, etc., for in-flight entertainment connectivity systems.
So I'll come at it from two perspectives. I think, like the rest of the panelists and the industry, if you look back over the last 20, 25 years, I think certainly for IFE systems, the weight has probably been reduced to a point where it's maybe a quarter of what it was. That it can still weigh less, and that benefits. So that lower fuel burn, lower CO2 emission, and so on is, of course, very helpful. You know, at Thales, we have a very big focus, like most sort of responsible companies these days, on getting to carbon neutrality and sustainability. And a great example of that, and you can take a look at it out here afterwards if you're interested, is the new displays that will be coming on the Emirates A350 shortly. Those are the first displays in the industry to be WEEE certified. So what does that mean? It's a nice acronym, whatever. But what it means is the display is 80% or better. It's not certified, it's compliant. It's 80% or better recyclable and reusable, right? So that's a great way to make sure that what you're building can be processed later. And that increasingly that's going to happen with all the components that we build and that the industry builds in general. So I think those are the sort of things that you're seeing in the industry.
Carry along. Ken, Panasonic Avionics and sustainability.
Certainly, I certainly agree with both Mark and Niels on the role of weight. There's no question. And I think all of us are bringing new products to market that are significantly lower weight than previous versions, sometimes quite significantly, 20 or 30%. There's another opportunity, though, and it's really around this modularity and upgradability, particularly of like our systems that are compared to consumer electronics, which are rapidly evolving, right? And so I think there's an opportunity for the industry to more broadly look at the system architecture to ensure that the system itself is upgradable over time so that it keeps up with consumer electronics, but then also you're not ripping an entire system out and throwing it out and installing a new system. Instead, you're just upgrading the parts of the system that require it, that are out of date.
Tony, in the cabin, what has been achieved we've talked a lot about losing weight. How does the weight of the cabin furniture, the galleys, the seats, compare to, say, 15 years ago? Are you seeing 75% reduction?
I mean, we've seen a dramatic reduction in the weight of the products over time. When you take a look at new materials and the introduction of, I'm going to say, advanced analytics techniques where we can go through and model the behavior of the product in operation, I mean, the weight that you can extract out, I tend to agree. I think we're kind of reaching that, that tipping point where, you're about it at a very efficient level, less any architecture changes. I mean, the real holy grail in my mind is it comes down to recyclability. I mean, the physics behind the interior products not being, toxic relative to flame and to smoke and everything fly in the face of the recyclability goals. And so I think as you take a look at what's really that final frontier in terms of introducing new materials, it's going to be around things that have that recyclability piece addressed, and that's really the wide open space for us right now.
Brian, rather than talk about sustainability, coming back to connectivity, it's not just the passengers that are connected. Are you seeing a growing trend of the cabin crew being connected, and what are the benefits of connectivity to the operations of an airline?
Yeah, one point on sustainability, and then I'll get to that one. So, yeah, space sustainability is now a new frontier as well. And so when we look at the constellations, launches, the number of satellites in space, there's a new set of requirements coming to bear where we have to understand what that looks like and how to operate sustainably in space and deal with all of the satellites. And so that is a new frontier that is also being discovered as we talk about sustainability. Regarding the operational side of things, much to my colleagues' viewpoints here, being able to offload the data and be connected is very important. With the amount of reliance on connectivity now, we need highly available systems that are on board the aircraft, and we need to leverage the offload of that data to be able to do the predictive maintenance. And so with the operational side, the passengers have this expectation of always on. our systems are going to have this expectation of always on. So our operational requirements are going to increase with that expectation of connectivity always being available. The crew as well, Emirates already has a bunch of applications which the crew are being connected in order to do some of the personal greetings for some of the high tier members. That's becoming important for the flying public. So there's a lot of applications where we're starting to see all of that connected service being used in real time. In case there's an issue on board with a particular passenger, then connecting to the ground staff and letting them know that something happened on board for one of the flying members, then they can react on the ground and maybe give an additional service once on the ground. So all those things are coming together and happening in real time as a result of everyone being connected on board the aircraft.
I'm going to ask you all one final question. I want you to talk about how optimistic you are that the dream of innovation, dramatic innovation over the next 10 to 15 years will come about, and really what are the major challenges that you have to overcome as a company, as an industry, to achieve that? I'll start with Brian.
Innovation is hard. It takes a lot of energy. You have to have the right people, you have to have the right customers, you have to have the drive and desire to get it done. For us, getting satellites into space and providing that innovation with the space technology is quite difficult. And so for us, getting those things done, getting the technology implemented and testing it, there's very little room for error once you launch a satellite into space. We're spending tens of billions of dollars to try and get all of these assets in orbit, and we kind of have one shot. Luckily, there's some technology being developed that'll also help with some repair or refueling capabilities, but at the end it's important to get it right the first time, get it done, get it launched, and have the ability to deploy that asset.
Tony, how optimistic are you?
Yeah, I'll come back to what I'd said before. I think you have to have an underlying, great piece of technology that's truly differentiated and something that you know where you stand in the market relative to that differentiation. I think the second thing is you have to have a great customer. I mean, I think when you look at the macro level demographics of how many people aren't going into engineering going forward versus how many we need, you're never going to have enough engineers to work on everything. So you may as well work on the real innovation and the real opportunities to grow with your biggest customers, because that's where the impact is going to be felt the most.
Ken? How much more fun
I'm more
is it going to be?
optimistic than ever, and I believe the key is going to be around high-quality software that delivers innovative solutions. And it's a hard thing to do, though. We're focused on building up our software capabilities right now and investing in additional software center of excellences, and it's going to take a long time, but I think the interest and demand for the types of personalized solutions in these cabins and the potential that they're going to drive for airlines is so worth the investment. And we're starting to see the initial sort of baby steps in many airlines. You're taking a big leap, which I think is great, but baby steps, we're just scratching the surface of what the potential is going to be in the future. So I'm optimistic.
Niels, how optimistic are you?
Right, very, very optimistic and excited. I mean, it's fun what we're doing. So if like in our business, kind of like the analog to real estate, it's about three things: experience, experience, experience. So you need to set audacious goals for the experiences you want to create, and then you want to continue innovating towards those perhaps impossible goals, and you want to work closely with your best customers, like Emirates, to deliver. I mean, I will use an example from today and then imagine what we'll do going forward. We will be delivering with you 33 new features on your new aircraft, features that have not existed in the experience world before. But we're not going to stop there. We're going to go immediately. We're already working on the next set of features that will be coming next quarter and the second half of next year and then the year after and so on, because that is what we all expect. That is what the rest of the world is evolving, and we want to even surpass what's happening on the ground when we create the in-aircraft experiences. So, and that's where the fun is. You know, that's what drives, I think, what drives the airlines. It drives us in the industry. It drives our employees, and let's keep making that happen.
And last but not least, Mark, the future.
To innovate is always tough. It's always the same because you are pushing the envelope, regardless in which time we are. So, but innovation is not an option, it's an obligation. And I'm also very positive about it. We are investing heavily into new products. Our portion of products which are younger than 3 years will peak in the next years, which means 50% of the products we're delivering will be younger than 3 years. And where we can see right now already the investment, more than 10% of the seats we are producing, we are destroying just for the certification, for the new products, for the new features. And as said, it's not an option, it's an obligation. Also with 5 billion passengers flying this year, I think that's really the obligation for the industry to make it even more safer and more efficient and more convenient.
Well, thank you very much. And I do hope you've, in coming here today to the Museum of the Future and hearing some of the things that Dubai is working on, there's some nice, big, audacious goals for you to go back and talk to your companies about. I'd like a huge round of applause and a thank you for our panelists joining us here today. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our panels and discussions on this stage. You can probably hear we do have some of the workshops going on. But that is it for day one of Aviation Future Week. Thank you so much. My name is Katie Overy. We'll see you here tomorrow for day two. Thank you.
you.